No, we got them.
Morning, Hannah.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, good. We just found we're live right now, but we're just waiting for files to come in. So yeah. I didn't know if you were gonna be here or not.
Yes. Yes.
That work schedule.
Know it. Back bright and early.
All right. I'm gonna get off for just a second. We're just trying to gather files. I'll be right back on. One more here.
Yeah, not together, so. It reminds me of my husband. No, my husband's uncle. Oh. Not her husband. Oh, how's that work? You got a date, husband? So this is the primary. This is the was it this?
Mr. Theodore, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I believe I got my jail booth lined up. Deputies,
Oh, yep, I can see.
if deputies, whoever you got, if you just want to send them in one at a time, I'll take them just whatever order is easier for you.
We don't have many felonies.
Oh, well, okay,
Only 5.
okay.
I think we only have 10, period, so.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. And so what's your name?
Tariq McLemore.
Macon, okay, Macon, let's get your file. Macklemore, there it is. Macklemore, Mr. Theodore.
Your Honor, I met with Mr. McLemore earlier this morning. We went over his rights and the charges he has. 3 files. Went over the charges in each file and the maximum possible penalties. And each, we asked the court to waive reading and or not guilty pleas on all 3 files for him. He is employed at McDonald's, but he doesn't make enough to pay for his own attorney, so it asks the court to appoint. And when the court's ready, we can discuss the issue bond.
Okay, good. Mr. McLemore, is that information true?
Which information?
The information Mr. Theodore just went, he went through your charges with you?
I plead not guilty, yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I understand, but we'll do that in just a second. I just want to make sure you understand the charges. You went through all your charges, the
Yes, sir.
assault with intent to do great. But okay,
Sorry.
and then as well as domestic assault and battery in 2 cases. You went through those with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he go through your rights with you as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, under not guilty plea on the 2 misdemeanor charges, the felony charges, let's see, assigned to Judge Gwynn. I'm sorry, Mr. Theo, order court-appointed attorney, see need an attorney?
Yes, we asked for court-appointed attorney.
Okay, order court-appointed attorney set probable cause conference for July 27th at 8:30, examination date for August 1st. And Mr. Theo, maybe you can help me out with that.
Your Honor, he's employed at McDonald's on Miller Road, I believe you told me, or he's employed at McDonald's. He's not on probation or parole, does not have a driver's license. I have a new address that I'll provide to the court. Been in jail 2 days. I'd ask the court to set an appropriate bond.
Okay. And Mr. McLemore, is that information true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you live in the same household as Ashley Vaughn?
No, I do not used to.
Used to. Okay. She's on all these files, isn't she? Who do you live with, if anybody?
I live with my cousin.
Cousin? Okay. On the misdemeanor files, file 285 and 410 set a $5,000 10% bond on each file. Conditions that you not have any contact with Sienna Parks or Ashley Vaughn.
I'm sorry, are
Also
you
not to
asking?
use any- No, I'm telling you, no contact with either of these individuals. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Can't use any alcohol or illegal drugs. Submit to random testing. Who do you live with, if anybody, right now?
I'm living with my cousin.
Your cousin. How long have you lived with your cousin?
For a couple months. I did want to say I have been seeing Ashley Vaughn. She the mother of my kids. I was just
Hey,
with
don't-
her the other day.
Yep, don't tell me anything about the matters at all, okay, right now? I just don't want you to waive any rights you have.
Okay,
Also
sir.
not to possess any firearms or dangerous weapons. And I'm sorry, Courtney, that'd be same conditions on the felony file too. Mr. Peter, if anything else with regard to the felony matters before I post bond on that one, anything different? It's with the same individual, it looks like, it's alleged to be with.
No, I noticed that two of the cases involved Miss Vaughn.
Okay,
No, other than that, nothing, Judge. I don't have any other information.
okay. With respect to the felony matters, set $7,500 cash surety bonds on each count. Same conditions, no contact with Ashley Vaughn. No firearms, dangerous weapons, not using alcohol or illegal drugs. On this matter also imposed, let's see, be placed on GPS tether. And looks like fingerprints in the file. Sir, you're all set.
7,500 each.
Yes, yeah.
Of course.
What dates did you set for the misdemeanors?
July 24th, 8:30.
July 24th, date.
And so, Mr. McLemore, you're all set. You can step out for me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. And sir, what's your name?
Alonzo Whiteside.
Alonzo Whiteside. Mr. Fedorov?
Your Honor, I met with Mr. Whiteside earlier this morning. I went over his rights and the charges. He said he understood. We'd asked the court to waive reading and a not guilty plea on his behalf. Schedule the matter for probable cause conference as well as a preliminary exam. Mr. Whiteside informed me he is self-employed, so he doesn't earn enough to pay for his own attorney, so we'd ask the court to appoint on his behalf. And when the court's ready, we can discuss the issue bond.
Okay. Mr. Whiteside, is that information true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be assigned to Judge, thank you. This will be assigned to Judge Hammond. Order court-appointed attorney set probable cause conference for July 27th at 11 o'clock. Examination date August 1st. Fingerprints are in the file. Mr. Fedorov, anything with regard to bond?
As I mentioned, Mr. Whiteside informed me he is self-employed. He's not on probation or parole, does have a driver's license. He has a new address, which I provided to the court staff. He's been in jail 5 days. I recognize that two of these counts are life offenses, so I'd ask the court to set an appropriate bond.
Okay. Mr. Whiteside, anything you want to tell me with respect to bond? You live in the same, I guess, do you know, I guess let me ask, I don't want you to get yourself into a jam here. Do you know Dashika Hall? Do you know that person?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay.
No.
Set $500,000 cash surety bonds on counts 1 and count 3. $5,000 cash surety bonds on counts 2, 4, 5, and 6. Conditions that you have no contact with Dashika. Not to possess any firearms, dangerous weapons, be placed on GPS tether. And sir, you're all set.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Sir, what's your name?
Joshua Woodall.
Joshua Woodall. Mr. Pedro?
I met with Mr. Woodall earlier this morning, Your Honor. I went over his rights. He said he understood. We went over the five-count felony complaint, each of the counts, each of the maximum possible penalties. Said he understood. We asked court to waive reading of each, enter a not guilty plea on his behalf, schedule a matter for a probable cause conference as well as a preliminary exam. He's not employed, so he would be eligible. We would request the court appointed attorney on his behalf. And when the court's ready, we discuss the issue bond.
Okay. Mr. Woodall, is that information true?
Yes.
To be assigned to Judge Marsh, order court-appointed attorney, set probable cause conference July 27th at 8:30. Examination date for August 1st. Mr. Theodore, anything with regard to bond?
As I mentioned, he's not employed, he's not on probation, parole, does have a driver's license, the address is correct, he's been in jail 5 days. I did speak to him about the severity of the charges. I just asked the court to set an appropriate bond.
Okay. That $500,000 cash surety on each count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Be placed on GPS tether. And Mr. Woodall, you're all set.
Owen? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Ma'am, are you Diana Owens?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Theodore?
Thank you, Judge. I met with Ms. Owens earlier this morning. I went over rights. She said she understood, and we went over the 4-count, 3-count, 4-count felony complaint and each of the charges as well as the maximum possible penalty. She said she understood. We'd asked the court to enter a not guilty plea scheduled matter for a probable cause conference as well as a preliminary exam. She's employed at landings of Genesee Valley. She makes money, but not enough to pay for an attorney. So we would ask the court to appoint. And when the court's ready, we'll discuss the issue bond.
Okay. Ms. Owens, is that information true?
Yes.
Okay. To be assigned to Judge McCabe, order court-appointed attorney, set probable cause conference July 27th at 1 o'clock. Examination date August 2nd. That's in the file. Mr. Theodore, anything with regard to bond?
As I mentioned, she is employed at landings of Genesee Valley. She's not on probation. Parole, does have a driver's license. The address is correct. She's been in jail 4 days. I'd ask the court to set an appropriate bond.
Okay. So, do you know, Zanaya Moore or Alaya Pugh? Do you know either of those individuals?
Yes. Zanaya is my niece and Ali is my cousin.
Okay. They live in the same household as you?
No.
No? Set. on counts 1 and 3. $10,000 cash surety bond on each count. Uh, 2 and 4.
I have a question.
Just a minute, ma'am. $5,000 personal recognizance bond on counts 2 and 4 each. Conditions that you not possess any firearms or dangerous weapons. No contact with either of these individuals. Not use any alcohol or illegal drugs. Placed on GPS tether. Ma'am, what was your question?
I have a job and I have 2 kids. I can't get a PFI, whatever. I never been in trouble before. And
Well, I appreciate that, but not with severity of the charges right now, I'm uncomfortable with doing that. You can talk to, it'll be a Judge McCabe file. You can discuss it with him at your next hearing, okay? And that you're all set.
so
Like,
Hello,
So what's your name?
Joseph White, sir.
Joseph White, Mr. Fedorov?
Morning, Your Honor. I met with Mr. White earlier this morning. I went over, he has 3 files. Wait,
Yep, looks like, well, I've got
3
3.
files.
Okay.
Hard to tell. 3 files. I've gone over his rights on each file as well as the charges and the maximum possible penalties. We'd ask the court to waive reading of each enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. Schedule the matters for pretrial conferences. He is employed. He hasn't started his job, but he'll start working hopefully this week, he said. So he would be eligible, and we would ask for a court-appointed attorney on his behalf. They say schedule the matter for pretrial conferences. When the court's ready, we can discuss the issue bond.
Okay. Mr. White, is that information true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll enter not guilty plea on all 3 matters. Set pretrial for July 24th at 8:30. Order court-appointed attorney. Sir, I'm just gonna order $1,000 personal recognizance bond on each file for you, okay? And you're all set.
Okay, thank you very much, Judge.
Right, you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
You read my mind.
Yeah. Usually if I don't, it's just.
The last one.
You think? Yes, sir, what's your name?
Joshua Bueller.
Joshua Bueller. Mr. Fedorov?
I met with Mr. Bueller earlier this morning. I went over the misdemeanor complaint, the maximum possible penalties. Said he understood. We also went over Mr. Bueller's rights. He understood. We'd ask court to waive reading of each. Enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. Schedule the matter for a pretrial conference, pardon me. He is self-employed but doesn't earn enough to pay for his own attorney, so would ask court to appoint on his behalf. And when the court's ready, we can discuss the issue bond.
Okay. Mr. Bueller, is that information true?
Yes.
Okay. We'll enter
Yes.
not guilty plea for you order court-appointed attorney set pretrial for July 20th at 8:30. Mr. Theodore, if anything with regard to bond?
He is, as I mentioned, self-employed, Your Honor, in the construction business. He's just getting started. He's not on probation or parole. He does have a driver's license. The address is correct. He's been in jail 2 days. I'm not quite sure what charge is.
It's
Animals causing.
barking dog.
I'd ask court to consider either low cash or surety or PR bond. Thank you.
Really, I guess the only concern I got is why didn't you show up on June 1st?
I was stuck in Hale, Michigan on a deck job. I had no gas to get back. I was literally kind of trapped, and I actually didn't realize the court date was that time. Me and my wife were going through some issues right now, and she failed to let me know that I had a paper show up in the mail for my court date. I knew I had a ticket, but I didn't know when the court date was going to be, and she didn't relay the message. I was at home collecting my mail.
Okay.
I do apologize.
I'll recall the bench warrant. All right, that's all right. I'll recall the bench warrant. Enter not guilty plea or to co-appointed attorney again, set. $1,000 personal recognizance bond. So look at your note, you're gonna get your notices, right? From now on?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, you still at that same address on Elms Road in Flushing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because it's likely it's gonna be on Zoom, so the number will be on there. So all you gotta do is dial in, so no excuse not to show up for me, okay? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you're all set.
All right.
All right,
Thank you.
okay, you're welcome. What's your name?
Amanda Payne.
Okay, Mr. Theodore?
I met with Ms. Payne earlier this morning. I went over the charge of the maximum possible penalties as well as her rights. She understood. We asked the court to waive reading of each. Enter a not guilty plea on her behalf. Schedule a matter for a pretrial conference. She is not employed. She told me she's a stay-at-home mother, so she would be eligible, and we would ask for a court-appointed attorney on her behalf. And when the court's ready, we can discuss the issue of bond.
Okay. Ms. Payne, is that information true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll enter a not guilty plea for you. Order court-appointed attorney set pretrial for July 24th at 8:30. Mr. Theodore, anything for bond?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, she's a stay-at-home mom. She's not on probation or parole, does have a driver's license. Your address is correct. She's been in jail 4 days. I'd ask the court to set an appropriate bond.
Okay. Ma'am, I guess, do you live near Patrick Gaines? Or how do you know Patrick Gaines if you do?
He lives down at the end of my road, and
Okay.
I won't talk to him at all.
Okay, that's the biggest concern I get right now, with just no contact, okay? Means no
Yes.
telephone calls, texting, anything, all right?
I understand.
All right, so no contact, and we'll set a $3,000 personal recognizance fine. We'll just leave it at that for you, okay?
Is there any way it could be lower?
right.
Like my dad
Well,
don't have a whole lot.
It's a
My
personal
son's gotta have
recognizance fine,
braces.
so as long as you show up for me, though, you're not gonna be responsible for that money. They'll let you out. If you do what I've told you to do, no contact with him, okay?
So it's a PR
And make
bond?
sure you show up. Yep, make sure you show up for me. It'll likely be on Zoom again, all right?
I will. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
all right, you're welcome. You're all set. Sir, what's your name?
Lloyd Fox.
Lloyd Fox, Mr. Theodore?
Your Honor, I met with Mr. Fox earlier this morning. I went over, he has 2 files, both misdemeanors. I went over each charge and the maximum possible penalty on each case. Went over his rights. He said he understood. We'd ask the court to waive reading of each. enter a not guilty plea schedule of matters for pretrial conferences. He is not employed, so he would be eligible and he would request a court-appointed attorney on his behalf. And when the court's ready, we can discuss the issue bonds.
Okay. Mr. Fox, is that information true?
Yes.
Okay. Winner, not guilty plea on both matters. Order court-appointed attorney set pretrial for July 24th at 8:30 on file 482 and on file 1501. Pretrial for July 18th at 8:30. Mr. Theodore, anything with regard to bond?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, Mr. Fox informed me he's not employed, he's not on probation or parole, does have a driver's license, he has an address, which I provided to the court staff. Been in jail 3 days, I'd ask the court to set an appropriate bond.
Okay. Sir, how do you know Melissa Miller?
She's my girlfriend.
Still?
Yes.
Live in the same household?
Oh, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. We're together every day. Right now, I'm homeless.
You go, can you go to live someplace else for the time being?
Yes.
On file 482, set a $5,000 cash surety bond, condition that you have no contact with Ms. Miller. That means no telephone calls, texting, social media, anything. You understand?
Yes.
Not to use any alcohol or illegal drugs. Get your random testing. On file 1508, set $3,000 personal recognizance bond, same conditions, no contact with Ms. Miller. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And again, submit to random testing. And we'll leave it at that for you, okay?
Okay, so is that, so that means like a,
All right.
I don't understand
I'm
that.
sorry?
So does that mean I like have to get a bond or something to where bonded out? I mean,
I gave you, yeah, the more serious matter, I've set a $5,000 cash surety bond, so you've got to post that. You can talk to a bonds person. The other matter, I set a $3,000 personal recognizance bond, but again, no contact with Miss Miller right now, even though you may have had things going okay right now. No contact, no telephone calls, texting, social media, anything. Okay.
Okay. All right.
You're all set. Okay, you're all set.
I think you're next. You can go on.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that got perfect one. Who's my last guy?
Last guy is Hank. I used to know. Was that you? Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's all kinds of.
No, you need to see the judge. I just had it on here.
Oh,
Takes forever to get there.
Well, let me carry you in there.
I thought I was just in there. But you were,
Yeah.
but you're seeing the judge now. Oh.
At your own pace. When he gets out, you'll go in, okay? Got it? Just, there's a chair right in there. Got it?
The attorney called. I have the board, so the attorney now.
And sir, what's your name?
My name is Corey Hunt.
Corey Hunt? Okay. Mr. Hudroff?
Your Honor, I met with Mr. Hunt earlier this morning. I went over his rights. He said he understood. I went over the misdemeanor citation and the maximum possible penalty. He said he understood. He asked the court to waive reading of each, enter a not guilty plea on his behalf, schedule a matter for a pretrial conference. He is employed but doesn't earn enough to pay for his own attorney, so he would ask the court to appoint on his behalf. They said schedule a matter for a pretrial conference. And when the court's ready to discuss the issue, bond.
Okay. Mr. Hunt, is that information true?
Yes.
Is that true? Okay.
Yeah.
So we've entered
Yes.
not guilty. I've entered a not guilty plea for you. Order court-appointed attorney set pretrial for July 24th at 8:30. We'll just set a $1,000 personal recognizance bond for you. Okay? Just make sure you show up for me. Okay?
Okay, I will.
All right. You're all set.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Well, I just have it, whichever is your closest.
And sir, are you DeAndre Payne?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Thiedorf?
I met with Mr. Payne earlier this morning. I went over, he has 2 files. I went over each file, his rights. He said he understood. We'd asked the court to waive reading. Enter not guilty pleas. I did go over the charges and the maximum possible penalties. He said he understood. Again, we asked the court to waive reading. Enter not guilty plea schedule of matters for pretrial conferences. He is employed but doesn't earn enough to pay for his own attorney, so we would ask the court to appoint on his behalf. And when the court's ready, we can discuss the issue bond.
Okay.
These are driving cases, so I think you'll know what my position will be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Payne, is that information true?
Yes, sir. Yes.
We'll enter a not guilty plea on these 2 matters. Set pretrial for July 24th at 8:30 on file 107. Set a $1,000 personal recognizance bond. On file 724, enter not guilty plea, order court-appointed attorney. Set pretrial for July 20th at 8:30. Set a $1,000 personal recognizance bond. That'll take
So I
care of
have
both
court-
of these for you, okay? I'm sorry?
Court on the 20th and the 24th?
Yeah, you got 2 different 2 different
Okay.
venues, so, yeah. We'll get you information, make sure you show up on both of them, though, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set.
I think that's
I
it.
think that's it, yeah, thank you.
Start working on our people
Thanks,
waiting patiently.
great. Deputies, thank you. Oh, we're waiting on you, gonna get maybe a cup in there, or what should I
You don't
do?
want it.
Got to talk to him.
He hasn't talked to Ellen yet. Okay, Hannah, we've got kind of a mixed docket. I got small claims. We'll start those and then we'll come back to criminal.
All right, sounds good.
Give you a little something extra.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
You're coming with me, young lady.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Clear the room. Go. Clear the room.
You're Skinner.
Me, please.
She was offended. I understood the body language.
I need what's in there.
Okay, looks like I got everybody connected. I do have two different dockets, going to have a criminal docket too, so just bear with me. I may be changing dockets in between each of you. If you could just remain quiet for me, that'll help. We'll try to get you out of here as quick as I can. Just remain quiet until you hear your name. If you hear your name, then speak up for me. It'll be easier for me to find you on the screen. And with that, we'll start with Shay Buick versus Alan Dombrowski. Anybody with Shay Buick? Shay Buick or Alan Dombrowski?
We're here. Shay Buick is here.
There's Shay Buick.
Sorry. Microphone was.
Boy, that's all right. That's right. I was almost just dismissing it. Alan Dombrowski, anybody? Nobody responding. It looks like I don't have anybody on our list as well. And on for Shay, I'm going to change your screen. It looks like you're on that iPhone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just change it so I don't lose track of you.
Okay.
And let's see, this one I do have personal service on. Who's going to take testimony for me? Who do I have?
My name is Nancy Robnold.
Okay, why don't you raise your right hand for me?
Okay.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is your claim, and you're a full-time employee with Shay Buick, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's alleged by your complaint, there's $800 owed for, it says non-payment. Did somebody purchase a vehicle from you? Is that right?
No, he was an employee.
No?
And he took an advance in his pay.
Oh, it is advance, okay, and just never paid off the, whatever was the advance?
Correct.
Is it still $800 owing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also showing, let's see. Filing fee of, it looks like $50 and processing fee of $63.83. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, I've got a total $113.83 in court costs. Grant a default judgment for a total $913.83 in that matter, and I've signed that default judgment for you. Okay.
Who's this?
Let me just stack them
Yeah,
up. Is that
I'll do.
easier? Yeah. Shea Buick versus Kenesha Homes, and this one's a little more problematic. I don't have a proof of service. Did you get service?
No, we never did get service. So I wasn't, I remember her case was going to be today, but we never got service.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it was an alias. It's kind of second time up. No proof. Otherwise, I'd grant another alias for you, but I can't do it again. I'll just dismiss it without prejudice. You can always just refile it, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. And I think that's it for you. Is that it?
That's it for me. Yes.
All right. Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry for that delay. Yep.
That's okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye now.
Bye. Mr. Oh, these ones? Okay. Mr. Theor, if I do, yeah, let's see. How about Robbie Jordan? Let me just call. No? Who do you? Which ones do you have, Mr.
I have Chapman and Courtney Smith.
Okay, Sadie Chapman. Ma'am, we'll get you just a second. Sadie Chapman.
Here I went over her rights as well as the charge. In the maximum possible penalty, she's not employed. We asked court to appoint an attorney on her behalf.
Actually, it looks like this is one that I had, she pled guilty. I allowed Homes Useful Training Access back in, 2019.
2019.
Yep, and no incidences. I ordered $125 in fees. Looks like the fees were still outstanding, and you didn't show up for me.
Well, I didn't know that whatever address y'all had, I never got a letter or anything. That's why I never showed up. I never got anything.
Did you change addresses? Is that what happened?
This morning.
Okay. What about the fine or the fees, the $125 I ordered?
I didn't know anything about that, but I did.
Well,
When
ma'am, I
pulled over, I paid $300 to the cop.
okay, I ordered it. You knew about it.
No,
Ma'am, you and I, this date, my notes are very clear. I took your plea under advisement. So that means that we had talked about it. I said I would dismiss the matter as long as you follow the conditions. One of the conditions was $125 in fees and no further incidents. That's what we discussed. It sounds like you're telling me now you didn't know anything about it. Well, you did.
Well, I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
2019.
Yeah. How old are you now? Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Okay. Have there been any other incidents since 2019? June of 2019? Nothing pending with any courts if I look? Okay, anything beyond speeding tickets? Okay. What are you doing with yourself?
I'm supposed to start a CNA job this week.
CNA job? Are you getting, okay, you're getting lucky with this. I'll allow you the Homes Youthful Training Act status still. This won't show up on a public record, so that'll help. Otherwise, quite frankly, with that certificate, boy, they're not gonna let you go through if you get something like this pending. Okay? Recall the bench warrant. Find that you satisfied these terms. Apply bond. Not owing. And I'll dismiss this matter. Okay, so it doesn't show up on a public record, so you have to mention any documents, okay?
Okay, so I just have to pay a fee.
Well, I've applied the bond, so they'll apply the bond for you, and then whatever the difference is between what you paid. Yeah, they'll send it to you in the mail. Make sure they got your correct address.
I can just give it to her right now.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, why don't you come up right up to the corner? You want up there, Courtney?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, Courtney Smith?
Courtney Smith.
Courtney Smith?
I met with Ms. Smith, went over the charge and the maximum possible penalty as well as the rights. She understands. We'd ask court to waive reading. Enter not guilty plea on her behalf. Schedule the matter for a pretrial conference. She is not employed, so she would be eligible and would request a court appointed attorney on her behalf. The court's ready to discuss the issue. Bond.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, is that information true?
Yes.
Okay. We'll enter a not guilty plea for you. Order court-appointed attorney set pretrial for July 25th at 8:30. Okay. Mr. Thiedoff, anything with regard to bond?
As I mentioned, she's not employed, she's not on probation or parole, does not have a driver's license. The address is correct. She had 3 days in jail originally on this. She's a single mom. The alleged victim is the father of a child she is carrying right now, plus the father of one of her other children. I've explained to her about the no contact order.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd ask the court to set up either a low cash or surety or PR bond,
Okay.
since she turned herself in.
Okay. Ms. Smith, do you understand right now? I don't know anything about the case is the problem. So you can't have any contact with Ryan. But it's okay. You got someplace to go without?
I'll find somewhere.
Okay. Right now you live in the same household?
Yeah.
You have family or somebody that you could go live with or?
No, but I'll go to a, shelter
Oh, man,
until I can figure it out.
yeah. Let's see here. Have there been any other incidents between the two of you?
No,
No?
it was just that one, and that was back in February.
Okay.
She was not the person who called, or he was not the person who called.
Oh,
His
okay.
mother did, well, she was on the phone talking to her, was like, let me call the cops.
Oh. Did two of you still live in the same household then? I mean, you and Windus?
Me and Windows, yes.
If I allow you to stay there, if things get heated up, you gotta,
Oh, I'm
Okay,
not fighting, my kids don't even see that,
okay.
so,
All right, Mr. Thief, let's do this. We'll set a $3,000 personal recognizance bond condition, and there be no assaultive contact. If things get heated up again, you just gotta leave, okay? Cool, let things cool off for me. I don't want you to go to shelter, all right? So no assaultive contact. Now I'll just leave it at that for you, okay? All right, if you can, I don't know what you want me to do. Just
make a
line them
line
right up.
already.
Okay, all
Thank
right,
you.
all right. Courtney, this one's just not on that form. You're gonna take it, the Homes UFO.
Oh,
training.
yeah.
It just didn't have a form. What? I trust you, but I don't know who's handling them all. You know what I mean?
Me, I would do it.
Right, would you? Whatever you want to do. If you want to do it, I've just signed it for you.
Here, actually,
You want me to do
sign
the other
that
one?
one, then I'll redo it, so it's on the correct form.
Okay. We just got so many new people. I don't know what,
Oh, I don't get it. Yeah, I'm still updating as of right now.
Let's see if I can get Savita Credit Union in. Savita? Credit Union.
Hi, Your Honor.
Hi, this is versus Alexis Collins. Do I have Alexis
That one
Collins?
was dismissed, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
And I have 5 more that we found aliases on. But I do have some here. I have 3 total today.
Okay, let's, I tell you what. Yeah, maybe you can tell me which ones are aliases. Howard Tour, is that one that's Kenyon Howard?
That one will be heard today.
Okay. How about Bradley Doyle?
Yes, that one will be heard today.
Okay. Amanda Sarson and Sean Sarson.
Amanda will be heard. Sean, we had to file an alias on for 2 cases.
And I don't, yeah, boy, she filed on. Was apparently served, which is a unusual note for me in the file. What, I'm sorry, you said Amanda's here? Is Amanda Sarson, is she here?
That I'm not sure, but we did get personal service on her.
You do? Okay, I just don't have it in the file. Why don't we do that one and condition on getting the proof of service for her? And then, I'm sorry, with Sean Sarson, I think you said
Sean
he's
was
not
joint
served, or
on
what's-
this, right, Sean was not served, he's joint on this case, and he also has his own case, and we weren't able to get him served, so we filed an alias on both of those.
Okay, so Sean Sarson, it's file 1682, grant alias with him.
Mhm.
And then with Amanda Sarson, I guess why don't you raise your right hand? We'll try to get you through. Do you swear from testimony you're about to give me the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you can continue for me with her.
Okay, so Amanda Sarson is a negative balance of $301.71. Cost is $79.72. For a total of $381.43.
Okay, very good. Grant a default judgment condition on receiving proof of service on that matter. And alias with Sean Sarson. And let's see, how about maybe that's all I've got up here.
I've got the
Maybe a
Kenyon
couple
Wright
more, but-
Tour and Bradley Doyle.
So- Let's see, Bradley Doyle. Well, Bradley
Okay.
Doyle.
So this is a negative
Yeah.
balance as well as 2 loans. Damages are $2,596.02. Cost is $144.22. Interest is $153. $6.90 for a late fee, for a total of $2,900.14.
Okay, very good. Enter a default judgment. No, nobody showed up on Zoom. Grant default judgment and they matter. Do you have personal service? Let's see, Sabita Credit Union versus Kenyon Howard Tour.
Should be
Okay.
Kenyon Wright Tour. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
yeah.
right?
No, it's Kenyon Howard Tour. Looks like there's a typo on the judgment.
Okay. Nobody responding. I do have service by posting. And we can continue on that matter.
Okay, it's a negative balance for $428.19. Cost is $189.85 for a total of $618.04.
Very good. Grant default judgment on that matter. Did you, by chance, do you have your judgments still? Or are they? I'm
No,
at
I
a different
sent them.
court today, so I don't.
Okay, I
Okay, they're
sent
probably
them
at the
in.
court there.
Okay,
Okay, all right. Enter a default judgment on that matter. I just want to make sure we had them someplace.
yes,
Okay, is that the end of the roll call for you?
that's all I have. The rest were aliases that will be filed, or
Right.
we sent them for aliases.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yep, bye.
Bye.
This one? Is that with Jeff Skinner?
Talking to someone else now.
Okay, let's leave it sit there until he comes back in. I have, is it Kylan or Kaylin Humphreys? Yeah, just stay right there, ma'am. As soon as he comes in, I just make sure I have you here, okay? As soon as he comes in, we'll call it. Let's see if we can get through. How about Champion Auto? Mr. Cavett, we'll try to work on some of these for him.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How about Champion Auto versus Zaretta Nickelberry? You have service by posting. Nickelberry? Zaretta Nickelberry? Nobody responding again. Looks like nobody on our Zoom meeting. Mr. Cavett, why don't do you swear from testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And you can continue for me.
Thank you, Your Honor. This was a motor vehicle contract that has been defaulted and the balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of $5,967.55. Court cost of $70. Process server fee of $232.16 for a total of $6,269.71.
Okay, very good. Enter a default judgment on that matter. And Mr. Cavett, I guess I got the same question for you. Did you turn in judgments on these? Are they okay?
Yeah, they're at the courthouse waiting.
All right, thanks. How about Champion Auto versus Gladys Blockton and Ebony Blockton? Anybody? Nobody responding. I do have. It's like service by attachment. And for both, it looks like 8216. Yep. Service by attachment. Mr. Cavett, you can continue for me.
Thank you, Your Honor. This again was a motor vehicle contract that has been defaulted. The deficiency balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of $5,624.21. Court cost of $70. Process server fee of $160.80 for a total of $5,855.01.
Very good. Enter a default judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Champion Auto versus, you're welcome. Champion Auto versus Kevin Stagner. Kevin Stagner, anybody? Nobody responding. I do have alternate service by attachment on that matter. Mr. Cavett, we can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this was a motor vehicle contract that has been defaulted. The deficiency balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of $5,073.84. Court cost of $70. Process server fee of $116.02 for a total of $5,259.80.
Very good. Enter a default judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Champion Auto versus Bless Calhoun, and this one looks like I don't have a proof of service.
That would be an alias, Your Honor.
Okay, grant alias on that matter. Okay, let's see. Champion Auto versus Frederick Miles.
That one will be dismissed, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, dismiss?
Dismissed, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, dismiss that matter. Let's see, Champion Auto versus Rachel Paulette and Justin Wheeland.
That will be an alias, Your Honor. Yep.
Okay, grant alias on that matter. We see each other too often. I know exactly what you're going to do.
I know, right? It's getting scary around here.
How about Champion Auto versus Justin Stone? Justin Stone?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Stone, you're up at the corner there. Got you. I do a personal service. Have the two of you talked at all recently? No?
No, Your Honor, we haven't.
Mr. Stone, do you want to talk to Mr. Cavett? And I'll send you to a private room. Get you a chance to talk to him first before you have a hearing. You want to do that?
Oh, that's fine. Yes, Your Honor.
What I need you to just stay right on your screen for me. You're going to be placed in a different room. You're going to be by yourself for a little bit. I've got a large packet, but I'll send it back to you. Okay. So just stay right on the screen. All right. Let's see, how about Champion Auto versus Chase Holmes? Chase Holmes, anybody? Nobody responding. I do have personal service. Mr. Kevin, I think we can continue on that matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this was a motor vehicle contract that has been defaulted. The deficiency balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of $6,500, court cost of $70, process server fee of $72.98 for a total of $6,642.98.
Very good. Enter a default judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you're welcome. Champion Auto versus Don Campbell and Candy Stahl. Anybody? Nobody responding. I do have personal service on defendants. Mr. Kevitt, we can continue on that matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this was a motor vehicle contract that's been defaulted. The deficiency balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of $2,553.20, court cost of $70, process server fee of $205.12 for a total of $2,828.32.
Okay, very good. Enter default judgment on both defendants.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot. How about Champion Auto versus Brenda Davison? Brenda Davison, anybody? Nobody responding. I do have personal service, Mr.
Yes.
Cabot.
Yes.
Whoop, did I hear Davis?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, looks like you're on that Samsung, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, boy, your connections. Yeah, we'll try to work through it. I'm going to place you back in a room as well. Mr. Cabot, I'll let him talk to you first in private. Maybe we can get something worked out, okay?
Well, I can say I am filing bankruptcy.
I'm sorry, have you applied? You've already
I
filed for
haven't
bankruptcy?
applied. I have a meeting with him when I get done here. I have a meeting with the attorney when I get done here.
Okay,
with
so we
this.
don't, okay, so we don't have a bankruptcy set
No,
yet.
not
Mr. Cabot, do you want to talk
actually,
to her?
but-
I would still like to talk to you, Your
Yeah.
Honor, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Davis, just stay right on. I'm sorry, I guess it's Davis' son. I'm sorry, I had Davis
That's-
down there. Dave-
That's okay. That's a married name. I'm divorced now. I want to be getting rid of it.
Okay.
Everybody
Well-
doesn't get the ON.
Okay. Ms. Davis, I'm going to place you in a different room. I'll let you talk to Mr. Cabot. Maybe we can, work somehow. You just don't have the bankruptcy yet. So I'll let you talk to him, okay?
Okay.
All right. So
Thank
hold
you.
on. You're welcome. And let's see, how about Champion Auto versus Eric Brown? Eric Brown? No, man, you're here for small claims? No, looking for Eric Brown. Eric Brown? Nobody responding. Mr. Cabot, I do have personal service. It looks like we can continue on that matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this was a motor vehicle contract that has been defaulted. The deficiency balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of
Well, Mr. Cabot, hold on. He's waving there. He's just not unmuting.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you, Mr. Brown. If you could unmute there for me.
Sorry, Your Honor. I wanted to see
There.
if I could.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, I wanted to see if I could speak
I'm
to
glad
Mr.
you're-
Cabot.
Yep, I'll put you back in the room, let you talk to him.
Thank you.
Glad
I
we're
apologize,
waving there.
Mr. Cabot and Your Honor. I
That's all right.
I always thought you could hear me.
Yep, nope, that's okay. Hold on, I'll put you back there and he'll be with you in just
Okay,
a
thank you.
short while, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
All right. And let's see, how about Champion Auto versus Kyla Banks? Kyla Banks? Nobody responding. Mr. Cabot, let me just make sure I don't have a. Nope, I got nobody listed, nobody responding. Let's see, I've got personal service. We can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this is a motor vehicle contract that has been defaulted. The deficiency balance is now payable and due. We're asking the court for damages in the amount of $4,492.51, court cost of $70, process server fee of $64.28, for a total of $4,626.79.
Very good. We'll enter a default judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr. Cavan. I think that's the end of the roll call. Unless you get something.
That is the end.
All right. All right. I'll send it back. Why don't we do this? I'll send them one at a time. If you come in and just interrupt me if I'm in the middle of something, I'll send another one to you and we can get you to talk to all of them. And then maybe we can call them and, it might be faster for you.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. And if everybody else could hold on just a minute, we'll try to get a few of you in still. I've got criminal docket still. Is it, are they all Skinners?
Yeah, I took stuff down talking to somebody.
Okay, I'll just continue.
Unless they want to do them without.
Better hold off, I guess. How about Jill Van Warmer versus DLG Metro Fencing?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Van Warmer, I got you. How about either anybody with DLG Metro Fencing or John Del Garza? Anybody? Nobody responding. Looks like I don't have anybody listed. Let's see, maybe we can get through this for you. You have personal service and John Del Garza, as well as it looks like.
He's the owner of Metro Fencing.
Okay. House is vacant for the, looks like the company for the address, but. Yeah, it looks like we got personal service. I think we can proceed on it for you. Right, what Metro, I just got Metro Fencing. Do you know, was that the person that you dealt with there? Is that what happened?
Yeah,
the most
it's
part?
DLG Metro Fencing. It's John De La Garza. He owns the DLG Metro Fencing.
Okay,
And
so
that's who-
you were dealing with him. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you do this for me? Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's see. Point alleged that there's, just had it. Alleged claim is for $350. Had to hire an additional company to complete fence. Did you hire DLG Metro Fencing for, I guess, installing a fence? Is that what it was?
Yes, I hired John and DLG Metro Fencing to fence in my backyard. He did not complete the job, so we had to hire a different company to help complete it.
Okay. Was it just not completed or were posts up? What was that?
It was, we had to get a tree taken down and they couldn't get out in time before he put the fence up. So he said he was going to come back and put the fence up around the tree once the tree came down. Once we got that tree to come down, he never came back out. So we had to hire the new contractor.
Okay. Did you make some kind of a payment to them? DLG Fencing at one point?
Yeah, I paid DLG up front. It was over $8,000 up front.
So how do we get to just, for my sake, 350? That's what it cost just to finish? Is that what it was?
Yes, it was the material that was required to finish the 20 feet of fencing, the posts, and then his labor. It only took him maybe 2 hours.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, let's see. I'm showing filing fee of $30, it looks like. And process serving fee, I've got $50 for a total of $80 in court costs. Is that right? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay. Grant default judgment for a total of $430.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll send you, you're welcome. We'll send you a copy of that judgment. Good luck to you. Thanks for the
Thank you.
wait. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
Bye now. Mr. Cavett, looks like you finished with Miss. See, I had Davison back there, huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll pull Brenda. Well, actually, maybe it's faster for you just to. Since I got you here, maybe we can do hers right now. Miss Davison, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys
Mr.
can hear me. I can hear you.
I can, thanks. Mr. Cavett, has there been some type of resolution at all?
Yes, we did, Your Honor. If I may.
Sure.
So the defendant and I, Mrs. Davison, have come to an agreement. Again, this was a motor vehicle contract that was defaulted. We were asking for the deficiency balance. We've come to an agreement in the amount of $50 a month. That's going to start August 17th. And then the 17th of every month after that, until the balance of $5,202.57 has been paid.
Okay. Ms. Davison, is that agreeable?
Yes, and I told him I would keep him posted about what goes on with the bankruptcy attorney.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll do that. And I'm sorry, Mr. Cavett, I started writing figures. It was, how much was totaling? 5,002 something.
202 and 57 cents.
In 57, okay. So, ma'am, I've just made a note for that on the file. If you allow me, I'll sign your name to that consent judgment. Is that okay with you, Ms. Davison?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, okay. And Mr. Cavett, I'll do the same thing with you on your end.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
Okay, all right. And Ms. Davison, just let us know on the bankruptcy thing though, okay?
All right, I will. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Davison.
Bye. You too.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Bye-bye.
And Mr. Cavett, I'll send, actually, I don't know if you can go back or not. You know how to go back there? I can either send or if you go back, I'll send, looks like, how about Justin Stone?
Sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, sure. See, Brittany White versus Ronald Leach. Anybody in that matter? Brittany White and Ronald Leach. Anybody? It's like I have a Chris Leach. I have a Chris Leach. Unmute there for me.
I didn't know I was muted.
There you go, ma'am. What, maybe it's just a different Leach. You with Ronald Leach or not?
Yes, I'm his wife.
Oh, his wife. Where's Ronald at?
Say hi, Ron.
Hello, I'm right here.
There he is. Okay. Brittany White. Do you have Brittany White? No Brittany White though. Looks like she failed to appear. I'll dismiss this matter for you. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay.
All right. All right. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
What'd she say?
Let's see, Mark St. John versus Steve Colonna. In that matter. Mark St. John versus Steve Colonna. Mr. Colonna, you need to unmute for me. And Mark St. John, anybody? Mr. Colonna, can you hear me? Mr. Colonna, you need to, I don't know, your microphone's not hooked up for some reason. Mark St. John, I see. It looks like I got somebody talking. I'm asking you to unmute right now. You need to unmute on that Samsung G99.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Are you Mark?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Stephen Colonna, I need you to get your mic hooked up there. You got to, for some reason, your mic's not hooked up. Mr. Colonna is working on that. Mr. St. John, I'm going to change your screen name there for you.
Okay.
And we'll give Mr. Colonna a second to try to get hooked up there. And let's see, do I have Mr. Skinner? Maybe we can proceed with some of your matters. Whatever we. How about Mr. Skinner? You want me just to call them? Okay. Wait. How about Erica Brown? Erica Brown.
Judge Attorney Skinner, for Ms. Brown, identify yourself.
Erica Brown.
Judge, we may have misunderstood the court date. I think right now, we're just requesting a new pretrial date, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Brown, is that what happened? You had the dates confused?
Okay, yeah, and it was the wrong time.
Oh, wrong time?
Date or?
Yes, it was the wrong time.
Okay, I'll recall the bench warrant. Enter not guilty plea? So
Yes. This is one of those fact situations where everybody knew everybody. May have been some sort of emotional connection there. I think it could be resolved down the road, Judge.
Okay, so we'll enter not guilty plea, set pretrial for,
Thank you.
boy, head. Guess I need a new date for Judge Hammond.
July 27th at 8:30.
July 27th at 8:30. So we had a $1,500 personal recognizance bond. Let's just put $1,500 personal recognizance bond. Wow. Maybe you can step right over to the counter there, she'll help you out. How about, is it Kylan Humphreys? Humphreys, Mr. Skinner.
Judge Attorney Skinner for Ms. Humphrey, identify yourself.
Kylan Humphreys.
Okay.
So, anyhow, the charge is high BAC. What we need is a judge. I know that once I get, are you the assigned judge on this?
No, it looks, I was just looking, it looks like it's Judge Odat.
We're gonna plead to impaired down the road. I just need to get in front of Mr. Laddie's office.
Okay.
And have them approve. This would have been her first offense. It was a very low, there was a blood draw, 0.17. I'm thinking they would offer her visibly impaired, Judge.
Okay, so ma'am, let's just keep the not guilty plea for you, I guess, and set it for, I'll recall the bench warrant. What happened? I guess it looks like he didn't appear at some point here.
I was supposed to go, I had my dates mixed up. I was supposed to go on the 12th and I just came this morning on the 17th and they told me come down here.
Okay, I'll recall the bench warrant set new.
Judge, she's got a high school diploma. She's enrolled in a cosmetology program, so.
Okay.
Some positive things here.
Okay, let's,
Not drinking at all any longer.
is that right?
I haven't had a drink since March.
Okay, so I recall the bench warrant, we'll set a new pretrial date for
July
I
27th.
think July 27th at 8:30. We had a $2,000 personal recognizance.
Yeah, okay.
We'll reinstate I guess a $2,000 personal recognizance bond for Judge Odat. Okay, make sure you show up because actually he's asked you to post some money, but I'll let you. Okay, so make sure you show up for him, okay?
Hello.
Mr. Colonna, hold on just a minute. At least we got you connected. Hold on.
All right.
And Mr. Cabot, while I got you right there, let's get your other one back there with you first.
Okay.
It looked like it was Eric Brown. That's what it was.
Do you want me to go
back
first?
and I'll send. Sure. If you just go back and I'll send that last one to you. We'll.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'll send. Okay. How about Robbie Jordan? Robbie Jordan?
I get to leave and I gotta go to the thing.
It's Jordan, Mr. Skinner.
Okay, thank you.
Judge,
Sorry, who we have here?
Robbie, my boy, Montezia, Simone Jordan, is that?
Sorry, my mom did some more.
How long have I
Okay.
spoken this week?
He spoke to me, he probably don't remember. Do something.
Okay, so why are we here? Are you walking in on a?
I'll sit down.
Driving while unlicensed, it looks like it's on the file. Looks like she, I don't know if she.
Yeah, I'm not going there. Responsibility. Here's the problem. I'm a little trying to please no fewer than 3 judges. Just need a pretrial.
Okay, there
Yes, Judge.
not appear impeding. The only. I guess we could recall the bench warrant if you wanted to plead in front of me to impeding
I
or
don't
not.
have the paperwork.
Don't you?
No, I don't even know anything about what the case is.
Okay, let's just, I'll recall the bench warrant for you, ma'am. Okay,
Do I have a fine?
well, it's, actually, there was a note in here. Somebody met with her and it says, plead responsible to that, the original charge offered to
I'm
impeding.
trying to get my
Oh,
license.
yeah. Okay, now it's triggering. That would be, those are my notes.
Okay,
Yes, we would like to plead, we'd like to plead responsible to impeding, Judge, civil infraction.
okay, ma'am, is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay, impeding traffic carries a penalty of fines and costs. Alleged to have occurred on August 11, 2017, Mount Morris City. Do you understand that? Okay. I'll accept a plea of responsible to impeding traffic. Order fine and cost $130. Pay by, let's do September 1st. Can you have it paid by then?
Yeah, if I can do that.
Okay, September 1st. Is that too confusing? Courtney, does that work?
Oh, that's fine.
All right, ma'am, if you come down there, we'll get you a copy of that judgment, okay? Just have it paid by then, okay?
Okay, I'll make sure I pay it this week.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Just stay on the monitor for me. I'm going through some other matters right now. How about Jeremy Bentley versus, I'm sorry, Jeremy Bentley, I guess. Co-defendant.
Attorney Skinner for Mr. Bentley, identify yourself.
Jeremy Bentley, sir.
Okay,
Charge is open intox. He works at Midas here. It's at here in Flint. Grand Blanc, but he would be eligible for a court-appointed attorney. I think this is his initial arraignment, Judge.
Yeah.
We'd enter a not guilty plea. Ask that he be appointed an attorney. He was advised of his rights outside the courtroom by myself. We just need a pre-trial date. I'm sure we can work something out. Everybody can.
okay. Mr. Bentley, is that information true? Okay, I've recalled the bench warrant, enter not guilty plea or court-appointed attorney set pretrial for, gosh, should be tomorrow, July 18th at 1 o'clock. And we'll set a $1,000 personal recognizance amount for you, okay?
What was that about July 18th?
It's tomorrow, pretrial scheduled. Yeah, July 18th tomorrow, so, yeah. I mean, that came up quick. It's not my court. Why don't you come on down, we'll get your paperwork, okay?
That's your advantage. It'll be over.
Yeah, at least honestly, I think it can be.
The sooner I can get through it, yes.
Okay,
Less to worry about.
okay. How about Raven Turner?
Attorney Skinner for Mr. Turner, identify yourself for the record. Speak up.
Rayvon?
So, it looks like this is one event that triggered 3 separate meters. And, don't know, is this the first time you've been, no, you were arraigned. I think he was in jail. I think he was arraigned at that time. Rise to his rights, we are requesting that he be appointed an attorney. When he left the jail, Mr. Turner advised that he didn't have any paperwork, that he was unaware when he was to return. I'll just volunteer that as an explanation.
Okay. So would that be true? Okay. I've recalled the bench warrant on these matters.
Actually, there are authors in the file. I think we just need a pre-trial where we can get in front of a judge.
Looks like it is Judge Manley, I think. Yeah, it's Judge Manley. So we'll recall the bench warrant on both of these three, there's three matters, I guess. Recall. Set new pretrial date for July 26th. That good date? July 26th at 1 o'clock. Set a $1,000 personal recognizance bond and file 402.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Colonna, I'm going to mute you for a sec, Mr. Colonna. It looks like you got people in your background there. Just stay there for me, though. Okay. July 26th for pretrial these matters on file 403, set up $3,000 personal recognizance bond. Condition, same ones you had, no alcohol or illegal drugs. It's random testing. Hey, I think that'll take care of it for you, okay? We'll get your paperwork. Make sure you show up on that date for Judge Manley, okay?
That paperwork on the refrigerator door, like I said, every time you open that refrigerator, look at that date.
I'm out of files.
Got two more we can't talk to.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Skinner, got two more for you.
Mr. Colonna, looks like we got you on now. If I could get you on mute now again. Hopefully we got you all squared away.
I think so. How'd that? Good?
That's better. Perfect. And Mr. St. John, you're still there?
Yep, here, ready, waiting.
Okay. Okay. Have the two of you talked recently at all?
Not for quite some time. I've tried to take 6 to 8 months to get this rectified between the two of us, but we can never seem to come to any kind of conclusion.
Okay. It's not performing, supplying carpet install. Wait, since we're here today, would it help if I give you a few minutes to talk?
That'd be fine.
At all?
Sure.
Mr. Colonna, will that?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll put both of you back in a private room. And if hopefully we can get something resolved that way first before we have a hearing. Okay, so just both of you stay right there. I'll put you in a private room.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Colonna, just stay right there. I'm going to send you back right now to him.
All right.
how about Kane Griffiths versus Patricia Derricks?
Hi, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffiths, I got you there. Do I have Patricia? Looks like Derricks. Diericks. Derricks. Anybody? Are we responding? Nobody in our Zoom meeting. Mr. Griffiths, I do have, let's see, personal service on Patricia Derricks. Mr. Griffiths, why don't you raise your right hand there for me? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And this is your claim for $517.50 for lawn care services. Did you do lawn care for Patricia Derricks? Is that right?
Yes, I did. Yep.
And the amount that you're claiming, the $517.50, is that for lawn care that was already done, just not got paid for it?
Yes, lawn care and colleagues.
Okay, boy, that's an unusual amount. She must have been making payments or something. Is that what happened?
No, no. I mean, she did make payments, but that's just what the invoices added up to.
Okay. Okay. I'm also showing, let's see, a filing fee of, looks like $30 and process serving fee of $32 for a total of $62. Is that true? Is that how much is owing for the cart cost? Okay. Grant a default judgment for $579.50.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're very welcome. We'll send you a copy. You can.
This is the first time I've ever done this. And I just wondered, so what happens now after this?
Well, you can collect on that judgment. She'll get a copy if she's got 30 days to pay it. If it's not paid, you can collect on it by, I can't tell you legally what you've got, but you could seize property, garnish wages, that type of thing. We usually have a pamphlet at the courthouse if you need it, but I just can't give you advice on how to collect on it, okay?
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
All right, you're very welcome. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Bye. Mr. Cabot, looks like I got you back. Maybe we can get yours done there for you. This is Champion Auto versus Eric Brown. Mr. Brown, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Cabot? Oh, we got you muted still. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
I can, thanks. Yep, we
Okay.
got you. Two of you talked, Mr. Cabot, has been any resolution?
Which case are we on, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's okay, Eric Brown?
Oh, yes, we did come to a resolution.
Okay.
Your Honor, this was a motor vehicle contract that was defaulted and deficiency balance is now payable and due for a total amount of $6,270.70. The defendant, Mr. Brown, and myself, Scott, have come to an agreement in the amount of $250 a month to start August 17th and then the 17th of every month after that.
Okay, and Mr. Brown, is that agreeable?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Cabot, I did it to you again. What's the total owing then? What was the figure you agreed to?
6,270 $1,000,000.70.
70 cents. Okay. I'll make a note on the file. And Mr. Brown, would you allow me to sign your name to that consent judgment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll sign the name and send both of you a copy of that judgment, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right. Yep. Bye
Have
now,
a good
Mr.
day.
Brown. Bye. You too. How about Champion Auto versus Justin Stone? Mr. Stone, why don't you unmute there for me? There you go. And Mr. Cabot, has there been any resolution?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this was a motor vehicle contract that was defaulted. The defendant, Mr. Stone, and myself have come to an agreement in the total amount of $6,604.76 to be paid $150 a month installments starting August 17th and then the 17th of every month after until the balance is paid.
Okay. Mr. Stone, is that agreeable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And would you allow me to sign your name to that consent judgment?
I assume yes.
Okay, well, you don't have to assume. If you want me to, I'll sign it and I can send you a copy of the consent judgment in the mail, if you want me to do that. That'll
Yes.
work? Okay. All right, I'll sign your name in those terms. If for some reason the amounts aren't what we just discussed, I made a note on the file, though, they will be, but in case they're not, you can always just call the court and we'll figure out what happened, okay?
All right.
All right. And
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
all
Stone.
set.
Thank you. All set?
Okay. Yep, you're all set. Thanks.
All righty.
And Mr.
Have a good one.
Kevin, you too. Mr. Kevin, I think that's the end of it, isn't it, for you?
I believe a wise man once told me that's the end of the roll call, Your Honor.
It wouldn't been me. I don't think so.
All right, on. Have a blessed day, Your Honor.
Thanks. Bye now.
All right, see ya.
Bye now. So we've got nobody here yet. Maybe I can do another one here. How about Najee Abdul Hakeem versus Vehicle City Harley Davidson?
Yes, sir.
I got Mr. Abdul Hakeem, I got you there, and I've got Harley Davidson there. Sir, what who's at for Harley Davidson there? What's your name?
Your Honor, my name is Jason Zinn. I also have Brandon Taggart here with me, which is here. He is the mechanic that worked on Mr. Hakeem's bike, and Tyler Rounds, which is also the service advisor on the case as well.
Okay, I apologize to everybody for, boy, I've got just two different dockets running right now, but I appreciate you being here. Would it help if I give you a chance to talk in private? That help or
I'm
not?
ready to go. I think we're good to go.
Okay. Mr. Hakeem, let's I'm going to call a couple of my criminal cases. We'll come right back on and have a hearing here, okay? Just
Thank you.
a minute or two. All right. Mr. Skinner, how about Daniel Kibbe?
Judge Skinner, maybe identify yourself.
Okay.
I met with Mr. Kibbe earlier today in Judge Maribel's courtroom, where there are 4 separate misdemeanor charges pending against Mr. Kibbe, all events occurring on the same date as the matter before the court. This morning, we've not yet been in front of Judge Maribel, but we'd like today enter a not guilty plea to the charge and ask that he be appointed. No, strike that. He's going to retain an attorney.
Oh, okay.
His intention is to retain an attorney. And I advised him of the potential penalties, his constitutional rights, and that's where we're at, Judge.
Okay.
So my guess is it's going to be end up with Judge Maribel on that one also.
Okay. Mr. Kibbe, is that information true?
Yes.
As far as you know, I'll recall the bench warrant that was issued. Enter not guilty plea on this matter, and you're hiring an attorney?
Yes.
You have a source of income?
Yes.
Okay. Find that you're able to hire an attorney, set new pretrial date, August 7th at 8:30. Set a 3,000, what's pending down in there right now? He's got other files.
2, leaving the scene of a property damage accident, driving while license expired, correct?
Yeah, improper tags.
And an improper tag.
Okay. If I look, am I gonna see any past history for drinking and driving offenses? No, nothing like that? Okay, all right. We'll set $3,000 personal recognizance bond on each count 1 and 2. Conditions that you're not using the alcohol or illegal drugs. Submit to random drug and alcohol testing. And we'll leave it at that for you, okay?
Not good.
Okay. If you come right down here, we'll get your paperwork. Darius Mays.
Judge Attorney Skinner for Mr. Mays. Identify yourself.
Darius Mays.
Here the charge is domestic assault and battery. He was unaware, he was not arrested at the time this event allegedly occurred. He discovered that there was a warrant outstanding. Will enter a not guilty plea to that today. He was advised of his rights, potential penalties. And with him is the complainant. And I explained to Darius that the only value to the complainant being here today is that maybe there would be a request for no assaultive kind of contact between the two. My expectation is that there's going to be a request that the matter not be prosecuted.
Okay. Is Mr. Mays, is that information true?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we do this? And I've recalled bench warrant. I'm sorry, Mr. Skinner, did he have a source of income?
Where do you work? Ground effects.
How much do you take home, like on a, I guess, weekly?
What's your hourly? What's your take home?
16.
You get paid every week?
Yeah, every week. I get paid every week.
How much do you take home?
Take home 40 hours, like 600.
Okay, Mr. Skinner, we leave it up to me.
Well, my concern is that down the road, if he wishes to retain an attorney, good for him, but Judge, I'd like the attorney to be present. I don't think the case is going.
Yeah. Okay, I'll order a court-appointed attorney. Order pretrial for August 3rd at 8:30. Set. I'm sorry, ma'am, is that, are you, that's the alleged victim?
Yeah.
Why don't you come up to the
My
podium?
name's one of his fiance.
Okay.
This happened like 2 months ago. It was a misunderstanding, but we're still together.
Do you have any concerns for your safety?
For me, no.
No? Do two of you live in the same household?
Yes, we live together.
Okay, have there been any calls to the police before, I guess, this incident?
No,
Anything?
not after, no.
Not before, what about after it? Yeah.
No, I never called for, never called for domestic violence.
Did the police show up at a different incident? I just need to know what's going on. How long ago was that?
It's been a few incidents. It's just been like, we've just been going back and forth since.
Not me. That's not true at all. My partner, no.
Well, to your credit,
It's not for domestic, it's for other things.
For other things, like what kind of other things?
Like when we break up, it's like always, it's always call the police just to make sure it's civil. That's what it is whenever we break up.
Gotcha.
Because I knew about the incident, but I didn't know that I had anything. I knew when she called, I didn't know I had a warrant.
Either.
I didn't get any paperwork or anything like that.
Yeah.
So just to prevent anything else from further happening, whenever we like separate, I gotta get the police there to make sure that there's nothing.
Because they be doing something wrong.
Gotcha.
They should be doing something.
Guys, honestly, for both your sakes, if I just don't want anybody to
Like if we live together, right? We live together in a house and as well as a car before over duration of 7 months. He would, call himself, okay, can you get out of my car? This is now, we live in the car and we live in rooms in the house. So that would be on him. He could have got his own self caught up every stupid time he tried to do that. From May, everything. There'd be no reason for him to do that. I don't touch him, he don't touch me. It just be probably I wanna go hang out with my guys tonight or the club or something, and he does that to, you know.
Okay,
But that's like not right for an engagement or something. But that's
okay. Oh, no, I appreciate what you're
I'm
saying. ma'am.
24, he's
Hold-
32.
Hold on, let me talk a little bit.
Mhm.
Mr. Sir,
just wasn't-
I'm just, I guess from what I'm hearing from her, I'm not gonna, I'll order no assaultive contact, but I guess for both your sakes, sir, I don't know, you might want to think about, are you moved out now? Are you living separate?
No, we live together and we're engaged currently. I didn't know
Maybe-
anything about this going on because
Yeah.
I haven't.
Well, hold
seen
on,
it.
let's just leave it like it is. So you want to stay living there still? Is that what
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
you still want to stay living together?
We're trying to work through it.
We're
Okay,
engaged.
hold on, ma'am, please, please. My concern actually is for your sake, I don't, if the police get called and there's violation on the bond, you're gonna be picked up and taken to jail,
But I don't.
okay?
You're
you
saying
understand?
that we're together.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
something
gonna
that
order,
happened.
ma'am, please, ma'am, why don't you just, why don't you go out in the hallway for a second? You keep
Okay.
interrupting me. I honestly,
Okay.
I can see what's happening. For your sake, if police get called and they come out and it's been some type of allegations that something's occurred, it's likely you're gonna be taken to the jail till it gets sorted out. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, but I'll order no assaultive contact. I'm just kind of giving you, I guess, a little fatherly advice. How's that sound, Mr. Skinner? Is that okay? I just don't want
Judge, I would be more thorough than that.
to, okay. all right.
Can I explain the problem?
Nope, don't do that right now. I just, for your sake, I'm gonna order just no assaultive contact.
Can you explain what that is?
Yep, as long as there's no incidents between the two of you. From your side, I'll let you keep living together if you want to. I'm just telling you, you may be risking some things doing that from everything, okay?
That's
all
what I wanted to explain, because the whole thing is a risk.
Yeah, well, then you need to, I guess you need to sit down and think for yourself if that's what you want to do. I'll leave it up to you, okay? You got to get your fingerprints done, though. Apparently, they haven't been taken yet. You're gonna have to get fingerprints. No assaultive contact. We'll set a $3,000 personal recognizance fine. Okay, we'll just leave it that way for you, all right? Okay, wait, why don't you come up? Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm on.
Okay, about ready to start hearings. I just have one more with, let's see, Diane Bruner versus Kyle Galpin and Korea Galpin. Ms. Bruner, I got you on there, I see. Can you unmute there for me? Are you there?
I'm here, Your Honor.
No. I got Kyle Galpin. Okay, I got Mr. Galpin. And
I'm here
Ms.
as well.
Bruner's working on it. Okay, is it, I'm sorry, is it Korea?
It's Kara. It's Kara,
Yeah, I
and
wasn't
my
even
last
close.
name is. My last name isn't Galpin, it's Phoebe.
Yeah, I saw that somewhere. Was it Galpin before? Is that what it was?
No, sir, that's my husband's name. I haven't changed it.
Oh, you just never changed it? Okay, okay.
Tessa, get off me.
Once
I'm
I
on the
get
phone.
once I get Miss Bruner unmuted there, I'll talk to you a second. She's having a hard time there.
No, okay, I'm here.
There you go, Miss Bruner. We have the three of you. Actually, I guess Mr. Galpin, you were kind of missing in action or something there for a while. Have the three of you talked recently at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, I'm gonna send all three of you back in a private room to talk. Maybe we can get something resolved. If not, we'll have a hearing shortly. I've got two in front of you that are set for hearings, okay? But I'll send you back to talk.
Okay.
Maybe we can get something resolved. Okay, hold on.
Sure.
All right, Ms. Bruner. And Mr. Galpin. And I'm sorry, ma'am, I've still got Galpin, but what's your last name now?
It's Phoebe.
BB. How do I spell it? I don't have
It's
right in front of me.
it's B is in boy, E is in Edward, E is in Edward, B is in boy, E is in Edward.
Okay. All right, Miss Phoebe, I just changed your screen name for me there. And I'll send you back
Thank
as
you.
well, okay? All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, let's see, Mr. St. John and Mr. Colonna, did we get anything resolved? The two of
Not
you?
really,
I- I made him an offer. I don't think he likes it, so.
I made him an offer and he didn't like it. We're way too far apart on this. He wants to give me
Okay.
nothing for all the damages and everything, you know?
There is no
Okay.
damages.
You put staples in my
All right,
hardwood
guys, so we're
floor.
gonna, yeah, I've just got one more in front of you first, and then I'll get yours for hearing, okay? Just stay quiet there for me. I can leave you unmuted, all right?
All right.
Okay, let's see, Naji, Abdul Hakim versus Vehicle City Harley Davidson. Ready for hearing on this matter? Mr. Abdul Hakim?
Yes,
you
sir.
there?
Yes.
Okay, can you get your video on for me?
I don't know why it's not on. Let me see. Is there something I'm doing wrong?
Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, you just don't have it turned down. But let's just leave it like it is. It'd be quicker for you. I hate to have you get something wrong and then we're waiting. Well, can you raise your right? Do you have witnesses besides yourself?
Yes, and I affirm.
Who do you have for witnesses?
Mr. Johnson,
Are they on the monitor here?
no. No, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Do you have any witnesses here?
No.
No witness? You got
court
nobody here
witness.
today?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, then why don't you, Mr. Abdul Hakim, why don't you raise your right hand? Tell me when you get your hand raised.
I affirm.
Okay, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I affirm.
Okay, very good. And this is your case. It says that the amount claimed is $6,500. Says that Harley Davidson motorcycle, that being Vehicle City Harley Davidson, was in for it says in for a check and potentially new gaskets. They totally dismantled my engine, gave me it says ridiculous estimate, then told me to pay to have it put back together. So first of all, did you take your motorcycle to the Harley Davidson shop in Flint there?
Yes, sir.
What kind of bike is it?
It's a Harley Davidson Street Glide.
Street Glide?
Yes, sir.
What year is it? Okay, what year is the bike?
2007.
2007. Okay. And I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the parties, I guess. For Harley Davidson, it might be faster if I do it this way. Can I get somebody just to testify to the bike itself? Yeah, okay. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that the right bike? Did he bring in a 2007 Street Glide?
Yes, Mr. Hakim brought in a 2007 Harley Davidson FLHX, which is a Street Glide, with 19,423 miles on it.
Okay, and let's just leave it at that. It's his case first, but at least we can get through some simple things. Mr. Hakim, is that true? Is that what it is? It's an FLX Street Glide? Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
So you brought it in. What did you bring it in for?
Well, I brought it in because it seemed as though it was having a leak, and when I looked at it, it appeared to be on the rocker box. So they gave me an estimate and told me they would fix it, and I went away.
Okay, so did you leave the bike there?
Yes.
Left the bike to get, I guess, just a evaluation of the bike. Is that what it was?
To get this this gasket replaced.
Okay, and what kind, in your terminology, what kind of gasket was it that was going to get replaced?
It's on a rocker box, a rocker cover gasket.
Okay, rocker cover gasket. And did they give you an estimate at that point?
Yeah, you
On
know,
that?
the parts were like around $50 for the parts, and the labor was like $750.
Where did you come up with 750? How did they get that without looking at it?
Well, I don't know. I guess they gave, I guess that's why they call it an estimate. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So did they tell you, was there a time period you were supposed to come back, or were they going to contact you? How did that
Yeah,
work?
they said that they would contact me.
Okay, did they contact you eventually?
Yes, they did.
Okay, when was the bike dropped off? Give me a date for that first.
Let me just, it was dropped off on the, 1 second, please.
Sure.
I think this is the,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, are you taking
30th
his
of-
testimony or can I
the
step in?
30th of, May.
May 30th. I'm sorry, I got interrupted by Harley Davidson. I'm sorry, what was the?
I didn't know if you were just taking his testimony or did you want me to kind
Yeah.
of, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I just was trying to fill in the simple things first and it
No
just, we'll let you talk. Yep. So you dropped it off May 30th of this year, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, dropped it off and then when did they contact you? Again, after they dropped it off? You dropped it off?
I would say maybe like a week later. I think I was away. I was out. I don't live in Michigan, so I dropped it off and I left. And I had a family emergency.
Okay.
Travel west. Yeah.
Okay, so when they contacted you, what was the discussion then?
Well, they said that initially that it was supposed to be the back rocker cover, and they said that they may have to do the front one too. And I said, okay, let me know what you think. And next thing I know, I get an estimate for like $12,407.
Okay, 12,407. Eventually they told you that. And what was that for? The 12,407.
A list of things. They gave me a list of things that they say needed to be done, and
okay,
things that I didn't ask for, and
okay,
yeah.
So when they told you 12,407, you told them that you did not want the work done. Is that what happened?
Well, yeah, because that's not what I came for, and
okay,
I told them that I wasn't prepared to pay that much.
Okay, so did you come and pick your bike up, or what happened then?
Well, when I came to get my bike, I saw that they had taken it apart. They'd taken the engine apart and basically told me that if I wanted my bike, I would have to take it in that condition, that I would have to take it away in boxes.
Okay, I'm having a hard time understanding that then. So if they called you and said that it was going to cost around $12,407 to fix, you said no. So you went to pick up the bike. Is that right so far?
Yes, I wanted them to just do what I came there for. But when I got there, I noticed that the engine was totally apart. And when I
Okay, so
asked,
the engine was totally apart. When did you come to pick it up? Maybe that'll help me. When did you come pick it up, or wanted to pick it up?
like I say, like maybe like a week later or something like that. I don't have the exact date in front of me.
Well, if you dropped it off May 30th, then
Oh, let me check my phone. I may have it in my
Okay.
phone.
Okay.
This was probably maybe on the 8th.
Okay, so around June 8th.
Yes.
So you went to pick it up on around June 8th. And you just said you wanted the bike back, is that right?
Yes, because I wasn't prepared to pay that much. I had no idea, no desire to pay, $12,400, plus dollars for
Okay,
something that was only
so
supposed to cost me $800.
Okay, so and you're telling me on June 8th, it was all taken apart, the bike was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happened after that? After it was I guess if the bike's all in pieces, you go to pick it up, it's in pieces. What was the conversation then?
I told him, I asked him what happened. He told me, why he did it. And I told him that this is not what I brought the bike here for. And I wasn't expecting that, nor was I expecting to have to pay so much. And I told him, man, you can just put my bike back together and let me pay you for what you've done so far. And I just, take it away. And then he told me that if I wanted it put back together, I would have to pay to have it put back together, or I can just take it out like that. That's what he said initially. So I said, so you mean to tell me that I have to take my bike away in boxes? He said, yeah, if you want it, or pay to have it put back together.
Okay, did you make any, I guess if the bike was in pieces, did you make any payments or anything at this point at all to him?
No, I didn't make any payments.
Okay.
No payments at all.
So, okay, so did they put the bike back together at some point, or what happened?
No, because I went back again because he said, let me see what I can do. He was going to talk to someone, and he said he would contact me again. And when he contacted me again, I came back. He said, man, I tell you what, this is what we'll do. Because I told him that, I wasn't really pleased with that, and I wasn't prepared to pay that much. And like I said, I'm not from Michigan. I came there from Cleveland, Ohio. And so he said, this is what we'll do. And then he gave me a number like around 3,000. He said, if you want it done, we'll put it back together, and I said, I told him that I would have to think about this. And so I went to talk to someone who was a little more knowledgeable than myself. And like I said, I wasn't prepared to pay anything more than what I was agreed to pay. So then I was, advised to seek legal counsel.
Okay, so you ended up filing the small claims, I guess, at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
So how do we get the amount claimed of $6,500? How do we get that amount?
Well, because that was the limit. Actually, I thought that it would be actually more because of the fact that my engine was totally dismantled. I don't have any idea what's going on with my bike. And I was a little afraid, and I didn't even think that I could even trust him at this point.
So did you come and pick the bike up at least? Have you got the bike?
No, I didn't.
So the bike is still at their shop?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You don't have any estimates for putting the bike back together or anything at this point. Is that right?
No, because I really don't know what happened, what was done, and I would have to get it checked out all over again, which would be, all of this all over again somewhere else.
Okay, so let me hear from the shop there then. I've got, let's see, I'm sorry, sir, what's your name? I had you under oath. What's your name?
Your Honor, my name is Jason Zinn. I'm the service manager for the service department here at Vehicle City Harley Davidson.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm writing the name down. Jason, what's the last name?
Zinn, Z-I-N-N.
That's why I thought I heard Zen, but I wasn't quite sure. Z-I-N-N.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Zen, did you have contact with
Actually, we
Abdul?
contacted Mr. Hakeem several times to kind of lay down, and I have estimates and verification that he got a final estimate from us sending it email wise. He originally brought the bike.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but it might be easier if I kind of go through a couple things. When he brought the bike in first, was there an estimate given for, I guess, gaskets on both, both cylinders is what it is?
Yes, there was.
Right?
He brought the bike in on the 30th, and it was wrote up for a rear cylinder base gasket, not a rocker box leak. That's completely different. That's at the bottom of the cylinder that's connected to the crankcase that houses obviously, if you know engines, pistons and crankshaft. He was given an estimate because of he brought it in for that, honestly. He was given an estimate for $978.17 on the 30th to work out, to replace a rear base gasket, to put a heel shifter on it, and then he said that this throttle seems sticky. Okay.
Okay, so Blaise, I gotta slow you down a little bit, so, because we got a few extra things. Rear base gasket,
Yep.
and there were some other things then. Rear base gasket, and what was the other thing?
He wanted to put a heel shifter on it.
Oh, heel shifter, okay.
Yes, sir.
Heel shifter, and then there was something, he was complaining about the, I guess, the cable for the throttle, is that what it was?
Yeah, he said the throttle seems sticky on it.
Okay. So I'm gonna slow you down a little bit for me. So obviously the heel shifter and cable throttle isn't a big issue. Those two are, did you look at those two? Let's kind of deal with those first.
Well, the heel shifter is just a simple installation.
Yeah.
But we did look
Yep.
at the throttle cables, and what we had found is that the ground wire for the starter was not properly fastened, and it was creating a ground issue going through the throttle cables, and it had burnt the vinyl coating on the throttle cables, obviously making their throttle sticky.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
The engine,
so
the electrical system's trying to find an easy ground, and the throttle cables are the easiest ground in that system.
okay. Okay. And then let's get to the, I guess the main one was the cylinder, the rear base gasket. You look
Correct.
further at that. Go
Yep.
ahead and
Well,
tell me what happened.
He brought the bike in on the 30th for an appointment on the 5th. So he came in and dropped the bike off on the 30th. We stored the bike until the bike was up on the lift on June 5th. We noticed before putting the bike on the lift that the front cylinder also had a base gasket leak on it. So we contacted Mr. Hakeem, at 5:15 on the 5th, stating that the front cylinder was also leaking from the base gasket. And we gave him an estimate. We left a message, honestly, because there was no answer on the phone. And we also text messaged him on our text message app through we do that here with the business. And we heard back from Mr. Hakeem on the 6th at 11 o'clock in the morning. And he opened the estimate to tear down both cylinders. And that estimate came up to $1,892.02.
Okay, so let's slow down from you right there then. So he calls you
Okay.
back on June 6th, he calls you, and you explained to him at that point that it was both actually a front and rear, gasket, base gasket leaks on both cylinders. Is that right?
That is
so
correct.
far?
Yep.
Okay. And at that point, what was the estimate for those items to be fixed?
$1,892.02 was our estimate.
Gotcha. And that's not just for my sake though. That's not including the heel shifter and the cable throttle issue. That's just the gaskets we're talking about at this point. Is that right?
That does include putting the heel shifter on, but that does not include repairing the cables. That is correct.
Oh, okay. So we have one thing that was okay. A minor thing though. I'm
Sure,
assuming
yeah,
that was.
Yep.
That was just installment. Okay. So once you tell them that it's going to be $1,892.02 for those items, what was the conversation at that point?
You know what? I'm going to switch you over to Tyler. He was the service advisor on that, and he did have
Okay.
a conversation with Mr. Hakeem.
Okay. So why don't you raise your right hand there for me? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, for my name, why don't you give me your full name again? Tyler.
Last name is Rounds, Rounds.
Reynolds. Okay. Mr. Reynolds, did you have some conversations with Mr. Abdul Hakim?
Yeah, they actually had a few of them. So I got contacted. Once he gave the okay, the technician went ahead and broke the top end down, took the top end of the motor down to start replacing the gaskets.
Okay. Yep. And before we get there, the conversation that you had with him as far as the two gaskets, I think everybody understands it was the base gaskets. You told him it was you needed both replaced. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
And what did he tell you at that point?
He gave his authorization for it.
Okay. In the amount, was that the $1,892.02 at
Yes,
that
sir.
point? Okay, authorized. So How do you get authorization over, I guess, was it over the phone? Is that what it was,
Over
or
the
is
phone,
texting?
yes.
Over the phone?
We did text Mr. Hakeem, but he did not reply to the text message. So he
Okay,
called us
but
back.
you okay, so you had a telephone conversation. Is that
Yes.
noted someplace that he authorized that amount?
Yes, it
somewhere
is.
On your documents?
Yes, it is at 11:11 a.m. on the 6th.
On June 6th, okay?
Yes, sir.
So that authorization, you were comfortable dismantling the bike at that point to get the gaskets?
Yes, sir.
Replaced. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Rollins, now, I kind of stopped you there. So go ahead, you dismantled the cylinders, I'm guessing, right? Did you have to take, I don't know how that works with the base gaskets. Do you have to take the engine up
Well,
and take it off or no?
the engine's still in the bike. The lower end is still in the bike. Basically, the fuel tank is off and the whole top end of the motor is off.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me from that point what happened.
Then from there, the technician noticed when he was taking it apart, there was a burnt smell to the oil. So from there, the technician, Brandon, he actually checked the connecting rods, and the bearings on the connecting rods, you could feel that they were gone. That's why there was so much. That's why it smelled like burnt oil. So from there, he just popped the cam cover off to double check a couple other things, and the lower end is pretty much wiped out of the bike. The bearings are junk, oil pump was bad. It was just all worn out and burnt. So from there, I made the estimate that Mr. Hakeem said for the 12,000. That basically would be for pulling his motor out and rebuilding it from basically bottom all the way to the top, and also fixing a couple of the other concerns that we came across while looking it over.
Okay. Did you actually see that work needed to be done, or was that your I guess whoever was doing the work on the bike?
Yes.
Who was?
That was Brandon. I was back there with Brandon as he was pulling the motor down the rest of the way.
Okay.
And seeing everything with him.
Okay,
Your Honor,
so
Brandon
explain
is
to me
also
what.
here in the room with us as well.
Why don't I get, if Brandon's right there too, why don't I get him swearing or else, and we'll kind of work the three of you so I understand. Brandon, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Brandon, you're the one, were you the one that actually was doing the work? Are you the mechanic that was doing the work at this point or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's some authorization to have the bike, the top of the engine taken apart, and that's what you did at that point?
Yes.
And there was some testimony right there that there at least there was a smell of burnt oil. Is that true?
Correct.
Is that what leads you to believe to go further and look at the connector rods and that type of thing? Is that what happened?
There was light scoring in the cylinders and on the piston surfaces. So there was damage to the upper end. So for that damage to be caused in the upper end means that it needs to travel through the oiling system. So then it was necessary for me to pull apart the cam compartment to inspect where the oil pump is, to find out the further damage that is in the engine, because there's no point in throwing an upper end on it knowing that there's damage in the lower end. So any work that we were going to do to it would then turn around and fail under a short period of time.
Okay. And at this time, you had authority to, I guess, have the top end taken apart, it sounds like, but was there any communication about going further with the bottom end that you're talking about?
No, sir. I did that based on my experience in knowing that the work that needed to be done, there was going to have to be further work involved.
Okay. In the scoring, where was the scoring at? Was it in the cylinder walls?
Cylinder walls and on the piston surfaces. The thrust
Oh, okay,
surfaces.
okay. And seeing that, I guess I'm slowing you down a little bit. So seeing that scoring that was taking place. Oh, I'm sorry, the bearings. That was the other thing. You look at the bearings?
Yes, the connecting rod bearings, once the upper end is off, the connecting rods exceeded the maximum allowable side clearance, which is 20 thousandths. I want to say his measured 26 or 27 thousandths.
Okay, and that was because of the wear, because of the lack of oil, I guess, on the surfaces, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you, at some point you inspected the oil pump itself as well, is that right?
Yes. That
Okay,
was
what did
involved
you
with,
find out?
that
Oh, I'm
was
sorry,
involved
go ahead.
with pulling apart the cam compartment. So then first step is to pull out the lifters, which is at the very top of the bottom end. There's 4 individual lifters. All lifters had spring on the surfaces and in the lifter bores themselves in the case. So after that, I popped the cam cover off, which exposes the cam plate and drive gears from the crankshaft to the camshaft. Remove those, remove the cam plate, and then allows access to the oil pump behind the cam plate. The cam plate has the oil pump has excessive scoring in it to where you could tell that the oil pump was not operating the way that it should. And in the industry, we call it sumping. It's where the oil is not returnable to the oil tank fast enough. So it sits in the lower end and it gets hot, causing the burnt smell.
Gotcha. And I guess for my sake, is that just because of the oil pump itself, or is it something else, type of blockage someplace? For the oil not returning, is that?
Oil not returning, based on, from what I can tell, is that the scoring inside the pump it's not allowing it to return the oil back to it. Too much damage to allow aerated oil to return back to the tank.
Okay, did you, and with the scoring, did you see any metal shavings or anything in some of the oil or anything like that?
We did not disassemble the oil pan, which is where it would all lead to. There was some debris in the oil, but did not examine the oil pan to where it's eventually all going to end up.
Okay, I guess for my sake, from the 3 of it, was the engine, or I guess, was the bike ever running before you started work on a bike at all? Did you see it running?
If we started it up beforehand or not. I typically do, just to gauge if there's any noises based off the year and mileage, to know how far we might potentially have to go into it.
Is that kind of a standard workman-like procedure to do to start? Because my concern is there's going to be some complaints that, hey, listen, you should never have started the bike up. That's what caused the damage to it.
No,
from your end.
The repair order that I received initially is simply 6 hours to replace a rear cylinder base gasket. And when I examined the motorcycle before I'd even applied a wrench to it, I noticed, hey guys, that the front cylinder is leaking just as much as the rear. We should have him authorized doing both cylinders at the same time.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other damage that you could see based on the oil issue? Do you want to tell me?
The end of the pinion shaft, which is on the end of the crankshaft, is heavily scored to the point to where the crankshaft is not going to be able to be reused, because that pinion shaft is the driving force behind the oil.
Given the mileage on the bike, it looks like it was 19,423. Would that be a reasonable amount of wear and tear on a bike that age, 2007, with that amount of mileage without any issues?
As long as I've been doing this, Your Honor, I have seen that Harley Davidson, some engines have failed in less than 5,000 miles.
Okay. Can you, I guess I should ask you as well, you've got a mechanic's license to do work on Harley Davidson bikes,
yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yep.
Is it in good standing with the state of Michigan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's up to date?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, Brandon is master mechanic certified through the state of Michigan and is also master certified through Harley Davidson itself. He has gone through several classes to obtain that and keep that status, and has over 20 years experience in the field as a master technician.
Okay, is that true, Brandon? Just so I know. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. It's not a full
Okay.
20 years of master experience, but I have had my master's for 16 years now.
Okay. And the work that you did on the bike up to this point, was that in, I guess, proper workmanlike manner that would be expected with your master's mechanics license?
Yes,
Is that true?
it's so I want to say that I'm not the full estimate. There were other things that needed to be addressed with the motorcycle, outside of just engine related stuff.
Okay, maybe I need to hear a little bit about that then too. But this is the main issue, isn't it? Or is there more
Main issue
other
is the
main?
engine. Yes.
Okay.
I'll
I guess
disassemble-
from given your qualifications, I guess maybe I've got one question for you. The amount of damage that was on the bike, could that have occurred within, I guess, a short period of time of starting the engine? Or is this some kind of damage that would have been over a period of time without oil properly
No,
circulating?
this would have all been over time. The oil, the oil residue that was on both cylinders has like dirt attached to it, so it's been ridden for a period of time with oil leaks coming to it. So any damage that was done, it was already done. It's not going to be caused by 30 seconds of me listening to the valve train noises that's coming from it from starting it.
Yeah, okay. And I guess the simple question that kind of went right over the top with the oil leak itself that you very first observed, where was the oil leak coming from?
Cylinder base O-rings.
What was it actually literally, you could see it on the outside of the casing, or was it on the floor? What kind of, how bad
Yes,
was
it typically comes, it exits. So it's on the left side of the vehicle. It's at the front of the front cylinder, and the rear of the back cylinder is the oil return O-rings. And that's the location of it leaking past the O-rings.
Okay. And I guess for whoever from Harley Davidson wants to kind of address to me what other work needed to be done, because it sounds like that's the main part, but was there other work that needed to be done? What was included in the amount that was estimated at this 12,407?
Yes, sir. When tearing apart the engine, I had noticed that the rear cylinder push rod did not want to clearance the frame, which typically indicates an alignment issue of the valve train. So I recommended a vehicle alignment on it with a stabilizer adjustment on that. The oil, or not the oil tank, the fuel tank itself has a quick connect plug on it to disconnect it from the fuel rail from the induction module. When I disconnected that fuel tank, fuel would not stop dripping until I had the fuel tank off and at an angle to where gravity would not allow it to exit. Also with the alignment issue, we noticed that the charging system wiring is laying directly up against the motor mount, which should not be located in that area whatsoever. So that also led me further to believe that there's an alignment issue on the vehicle. Harley Davidson also recommends a 2-year .4 brake system flush. If that system is not flushed every 2 years, it has the potential to, what .4 does is it collects moisture, and that will start to gel up your brake systems and will ultimately cause the system to fail if it's not taken care of. There were some ignition parts that were missing, so it was sloppy when it would go in to turn the vehicle on. That was quoted Tires, brake pads, and front wheel bearings are another safety concern to the vehicle. Yeah, the starter wiring is another issue that we noticed, that it was very close to grounding out on the system. And a rear belt adjustment also needed to be made on the vehicle. And being 2007, it's the first year 6-speed transmission that Harley Davidson used, and they did not adequately have a comp sprocket that would accept the load, but they've updated it 4 times now, and we recommended comp sprocket go in with the. So all in all, there are 13 total events on the work order from its initial 3 that it was brought in for, that we had quoted out. In estimate.
So just for my clarification, I guess when was the last conversation you had with Mr. Abdul Hakim before he came in? Was there any other conversations before?
I did not have any conversations with him. I deal strictly with just my service advisor, Mr. Tyler Browns, and he deals with the customer at that point.
Okay. Let's go back to, I guess, to Brown. What was the last conversation before he came into the shop? What was the last conversation you had with him?
Well, last conversation was actually when he came in, we discussed the estimate. I showed him all the stuff on the bike of what was going on from the cylinders. I showed him the scoring of the cylinders and the pistons. I told him about the throttle cables. I pinpointed all the stuff that we put in the estimate. And then from there, he goes, I'll get back with you. He came back, I wanted to say it was like a day or 2 later. And we basically discussed about putting the bike back together as another option for him. There's still a couple things that he would have to address. And that was when I gave him an estimate of just about $3,000. And then from there, we didn't hear anything from him until we got served court papers.
Okay.
He came in, took a couple pictures of his bike. We explained to him, I told him, I talked to the technician, we can put it back together. There's a couple of things you have to do. But, it's one of the things where it's a ticking time bomb. There'd be no warranty on it, not too sure how long it's on for or anything. So, and then that's where we left it off at. So we got our court papers.
Okay. Mr. Abdul Hakim, you got any questions for either one of the 3?
Questions? I wouldn't say that I had questions, but I definitely have a few comments.
Hold on, because you get a chance to ask questions too, in case there's things that got missed. If you have questions for either one of them, this is the time to ask them. It's just questions though right now, and I'll give you a chance to talk further a little bit, but it's just questions for them.
No, I don't really have any questions.
Okay. I guess, Mr. Hakim, anything else you want to tell me?
Yes, some of the things, and first of all, I definitely don't want to insult anyone or say that one is not qualified or anything like that. And maybe a lot of the stuff that they're saying is true because I bought the bike from someone else. My thing is that a lot of the things that were mentioned wasn't necessarily how it happened. I didn't agree to much of that. And as far as these issues and me coming, I thought that by bringing it to a dealer instead of some other places where there are other shops that you can go to where people are master mechanics, but they're not Harley Davidson dealers. I went there because I thought that they would have the technology to tell me what I needed without just doing work and making me pay for it without authorization. I thought that I could control what needed to be done and I would have an option for whether or not I wanted the work done, but I wasn't given it.
Well, It sounds like you authorized some work to get done.
Yes,
Didn't you or not?
those gaskets, but anything beyond that, no, I didn't authorize at all. These were just suggestions that were made. And when I got there to see it myself, I made it clear that I didn't want to, I didn't have the money, I couldn't afford it, nor did I have any idea that I would have to. I rode the bike there. He said that he don't know if the bike, I drove the bike there. I didn't have any of these issues at all that was visible to me, except for that leak that I saw after being parked, the bike being parked for a minute. And that's why I brought it there. I rode it there. The bike was running. I have proof of that as well, because you know, I was actually video recording the actual leak. You know, I'm not thinking that this would happen, but I was recording the leak. But like I said, I didn't have any knowledge, or nor did I anticipate that I would be given a $12,407.85, you know, estimate. That was a shocker to me. So I told them, you know, that nothing had been done at this point, no work whatsoever. I was willing to pay for whatever time, and that was it. But, you know, he told me initially that if I wanted to take my bike, I would have to take it in that condition. So I said, you mean to tell me I rode it in here, but I got to take it away in boxes? He said, yes.
Okay. It's not, they're telling me that they, at one point, they offered to at least put it back together for you. There was a cost in that because they had time involved. That's not true?
Yes, that's true, but no one ever told me that this would happen from the beginning. I came there to get gaskets. I would have been glad to pay for those gaskets and leave, because that's what I agreed for. Nothing beyond that point. Nothing else, which is why I took it to Harley Davidson instead of someone outside of Harley Davidson, because I figured they had the technology and the equipment to tell me this without breaking my engine down. They never told me, hey, you know, I'm an electrician. I'm a contractor. If I do plumbing work or electrical work and I have to go inside someone's walls, I'm going to let them know I may have to bust your walls out to get to these wires. And it's up to them to tell me if that's what they want done. I can't just bust the walls out and not tell them now you need a, you know, a drywaller and painter and all. I can't do that.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like you at least authorized the original estimate for the 1,892.02. Is that right?
And they never did that. That's exactly what I did. That was it.
Okay. Okay. I guess from Harley Davidson, if we're back to from Harley Davidson's perspective, you're authorized for at least what was known at that time, the 1,892.02. And then you proceeded to do more work than that just to see what the bottom line was. Is that true? To see what was really going on with it? Is that what happened?
So after the upper end was broke off, the only thing that we did was go into the cam compartment that was not discussed with the customer.
Your Honor, in good faith, you can't put base gaskets on this motorcycle and button it up with the bottom end going out on it. I mean, that's just not good business practice to do such. That's why he had four different estimates on how he wanted to repair the motorcycle.
Yeah. So help me out. If he wanted to come in and I assume you guys still have the bike. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He says you do. Is it all in what he described, all in pieces, or is it put back together in some way, or what? Where are we at?
After it was torn down for a visual inspection on all components, it gets left in that manner until the customer authorizes either A, we're going to do the work, or B, we're not going to do the work. And either we're going to put it back together with what he's going to authorize, or in sense he can pick it up in boxes to take it out of here and have it done at another place.
Yeah, sure, because it's already torn apart, basically. So you're he's saving that. The bike's torn apart, but what you're telling me is he could just pick it up that way and just have somebody else do the work, is what it was at that point. Is that right?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So what would you have done if he had came in there and said, okay, I'm not authorizing the work, just put the bike, whatever, back together without doing any further work? What would that take to have done from this point, I guess?
That was the fourth estimate that he was giving. And it was the $2,950.22. But that does not make it, that's without any kind of warranty. That's with the lower end basically
Yeah.
failing on it, which I don't like to do because, he could drive out the door or in 2 miles down the road, it could fail. So I can't warranty my labor on something like that because of the condition of the existing condition of the parts. The $2,950 is repairing the cables and repairing those. It's putting the engine back together, putting no work into it, just basically putting gaskets and reassembling the engine. And then also cleaning, and repairing the fuel leak because there's a fuel leak on the bottom of the fuel tank. Obviously, I can't let that bike go. It could obviously catch on fire with a fuel leak from the fuel tank running down on the engine. And that's where the $2,950 estimate came, which was the fourth estimate that he was giving on repair of the motorcycle. The third estimate was the $12,407, which was getting the bike basically back up to snuff to where he could ride it and it would be reliable and not break down on him.
Sir, may I say something,
Well,
please?
Sure. Yep. Go ahead.
I was actually just to be clear, these papers that they have, I only have one set of papers. The original estimate for $978. This is the only paperwork that I have. The other thing that he told me, I asked him, could he, he told me this verbally, and I asked him, could he send me something via email just so I can look over it because I couldn't really visualize all of this, verbally. So he sent me an email. I never, walked in and got those papers. I definitely never signed anything. This was given to me after a request over the phone. It wasn't offered to me. I had to ask for this. He said, okay, yeah, no problem. I can get something for you and I can email you something. And these other estimates were all like after I talked to the one brother, I told him, I said, give me some options. I even asked him how much would they give me for the bike, just to see if I can make that as an option. So all of these things were basically verbal and like some agreements after I didn't like what was told to me. So it wasn't something
Well,
that.
it sounds like, okay, but so I'm understanding though, it sounds like you got some emails with the estimates then. Is that
No,
right?
I got an email because I wanted to understand. I didn't agree to that. That's that 12,000. That was because when he told me that,
No,
I said I didn't know what was being told. Pardon me?
What was the email they were supposed to send things to you to? What was the email address?
Well, initially when I called him back he told me, he said, well, we checked the bike out and we find out that it needs this, it needs that, I have no idea about that jargon. I'm not.
So what's the email address?
I don't know enough about motorcycles to be. I said, is it possible that you
I
can
understand.
What
was it? What was the email address?
Najee360@hotmail.com, I believe. I have two different email addresses.
Okay, what from Harley Davidson? Do you have an email address that you used? Why don't you just tell me what you used? I'm sorry, it's hard for me to. Well, you're muted. You got muted.
I apologize. Sorry about that. We did email him the $12,000 estimate and got confirmation that it was successful, sending it to that email that he just listed on June 8th at 1:20 p.m.
Okay. All right, so I guess it's almost time for me just to make some decisions then. You've got the bike in pieces there. He authorized, at least at that point, was my understanding was the $1,892.02. Is that right? Up to that point? Is that right?
That is correct. That is just putting the gaskets on it, the heel shifter. And that was it.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but with a safety issue,
Yeah, the bike,
would
I
be
mean,
to have
guys, the bike has
the
obviously
cable.
several issues with it. I mean, even if
Yeah,
I
but
got this thing put together and running, I wouldn't want to test ride it because I wouldn't want to put my mechanic's life at risk riding a bike that
Yeah.
needs several things and not repaired.
Yeah, but and that's what I was getting at, that to have the safety issue things, to get the bike where at least, and I'm not saying it's, I guess, the immediate safety issue, I guess, let's just leave it like that, would be the cables, putting the engine back together, and then the fuel leak had to be, obviously, that's a big deal. Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's where that estimate of $2,950.22 comes from.
That is correct.
Is that right?
Fixing fuel leak, that is replacing and fixing the throttle cables, and also putting that engine back together. Like I said, I can't guarantee how long that engine's gonna run. It could be an hour, it could be a year. I can't guarantee it because of the damage.
Yeah, and that figure, that $2,950.22, that would really include the authorized amount, the $1,892.02. So it's a little bit more than that, just because of the safety issues. Is that right?
That is correct.
Kind of a good way to put it? Okay.
Yep, that's adding the safety issues on top of it. Yep, and that's what it comes on to.
There's also other safety issues in that estimate that is not quoted out. That's just him getting it back.
I understand.
Okay.
Sure. I understand. This is kind of like just a makeshift, here you go. It's kind of toggled together kind of, but
And
that's
that would not
about
come with
it.
any kind of warranty. I mean, I'm not real comfortable doing that just because of, it's a
Yeah.
motorcycle. It's
No,
not a car.
I understand. I'm just trying to get an idea where we're at with that thing. So how much?
I think the reason why we came up with that $2,900 estimate was when he came in, that he had expressed interest in trading that motorcycle in. So obviously the condition of that motorcycle, we would not accept trade-in value because it needs more work than what it's actually worth. But we could get it to the point to where you could take it to another dealer and it would be operational for them to give him a legitimate offer for a trade-in value.
Okay. How much, I guess, you must keep track of the hours put into the mechanic side of it, how many hours you have into the bike at this point, taking it apart, the disassembly?
Correct.
Do you have a figure of what you've got cost-wise into it right now as it's just sitting there? Is there a way to do that
Right
or
now,
not?
at a stopping point, right where we're at right now with the bike, torn apart in rate, we're approximately at $875 with the 7 hours of labor that we had into it and some shop supplies.
Okay. And that would get you back to what the time that you've got into it at any rate.
Yep, and that would be him taking the bike and taking it in pieces. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Abdul Hakim, anything else you want to tell me? And why don't you tell me what ultimately you want me to do at this point? Now I'm just going to make a decision one way or the other.
Well, sir, like I said, like from what the gentleman mentioned, is that, and I'm sorry, I'm bad with names, so please forgive me if I say gentleman or something like this. No disrespect, I just can't remember the names, verbatim. But what the gentleman said, he's telling me basically that I can, at the end of the day, I can take my bike away in pieces and pay $800+ and it's like I got to go pay $800+ just to have my bike taken away in pieces and towed away. When I drove the bike into the shop to get gaskets, I would have been comfortable with either you doing the gasket, telling me the problem, and I could have made a decision whether or not I wanted you to move forward. I wasn't prepared for that. I had no, I walked away with a $900+ estimate, and that was with the gasket seal, all of this other stuff. I didn't anticipate, and I didn't agree to. So now I'm being told that I'm going to have to leave with a bike in pieces and owing $800+. I don't, I can't accept that.
So I guess, Mr. Abdul Hakim, I've got I've got some issues. The problem is how long have you had the bike? You said you bought it secondhand, it sounds like. How long have you had it?
Maybe a year, a year and a half or something like that.
It just, and I can understand from emotionally what you're going through too, but you got it, apparently, you got some issues with this bike, period.
I see that. I
And they
understand.
can't, well, the issue is though, they can't let a bike go just kind of patched together because they don't want to be liable for anything that happens. That's the issue. So you've got it in, you can either take it in pieces at this point or have some real work done to it in that way they feel secure that it's put back together. Because quite frankly, everything I'm hearing, I haven't heard any mechanics from your end, but it sounds like everything that they're telling me is reasonable given what came into it. They couldn't possibly have known what was going on at this point without taking the bike apart. And you did authorize to have, the gaskets put in. And I think there's some confusion as far as what gaskets, but the gaskets they're talking about, are these base rear and front base gaskets. That's where they're kind of at this point. Let me ask you this, Harley, from Harley Davidson, I understand there's those base gaskets have not even been put in yet, have they? Because you've obviously got it torn down for other work. Is that right?
Yes, it's just in the state of tear down.
Yeah.
When you take the cylinders off and where you get down to the base gaskets on these engines, you can see the lower end and you can smell that engine oil that's burnt, and you can, inspect everything once you get the base gaskets off. So us seeing that was just kind of looking for Mr. Hakim's safety, or, if he put $900 into a rear base gasket and essentially $2,000 to do both, which was where we were at with his authorization. I wasn't comfortable doing that with the lower end having such damage on it. I would be comfortable saying, okay, we put base gaskets on it, here you go. But then he gets on the road and the whole crankshaft and everything fails on it because he, looked at it and we knew there was issues with it and let it go that way. That's just not how we do business. It's with motorcycles, it's a huge safety concern, even more than cars. We don't like to do that.
Well, actually, Mr. Hakim, that's what I was going to suggest. The same thing. The problem is with a motorcycle, it's a little bit different. It's not the same as a vehicle. I mean, a four-wheel vehicle.
Sir, with all due
you get on the
respect,
road and you get going.
explain that
Go
to me
ahead.
first. The man is a like he said initially, but he said 16-year master mechanic. Don't you think that you can give me some type of idea that what I may be looking at? Like it's a possibility that we may have to do this, we may have to do that. I could have turned away at the door. You don't take my bike inside and charge me for, you could have told me that coming in the door. You're a 16-year master mechanic. He didn't tell me that. I was never told that we're going to have to, it's a possibility that we may have to do this. No one ever told me that. No one said anything about my safety. We only do what's safe. No, that was never an issue because I would never have left my bike there to be dismantled because I wanted my bike. I wanted to ride my bike out like I rode it in. I wasn't expecting that. No one ever told me that.
So but you're riding, given what the experts are telling me, that the mechanics, they're telling me you're riding in on a death trap. You're
he
just
could have
waiting for
told me
something
that
to
when I
happen.
wrote it in. He didn't even see. He said himself,
They
he didn't even
can't-
know if it was running.
Okay.
So it seems like
All right,
it's
I'll just make-
honestly me and you and them against me because I'm not understanding this at all.
So I'm not against either one of you. I'm just hearing the facts, and what the facts are right now. I've got qualified experts that are telling me one thing, and I understand you rode a bike in. I've got to somehow figure out what makes sense for everybody. Quite honestly, you authorized 1892 originally.
Now, originally, I authorized 987. This other that he told me that it was going to be the front and not the back. And before he did any work, no work was done. I'm being told that it's going to cost me $12,407. And then he told me later, maybe 9,000. And then he said finally 3,000, 2,900. I came in for $900 and now I'm saying at the very least $3,000. Come on, man, that's not, no one should have to be. I didn't tell him to go and do whatever you need to do and send me a bill. That's not what I told him. I don't have money like that. And I definitely wouldn't spend it on a motorcycle. I'll buy a new one if that was the case.
Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I got a bike. I'll tell you that right now. And the problem is when you're getting a bike, you're getting into expenses regardless of what you do. It's like owning a boat. You're gonna have expenses that you didn't really
Yeah,
want.
but you have the option to
Just
pay
the way
it
it
if
is.
you want to or not.
Well, you're right. You're right. And right now, they've got a situation where it's torn apart because that's what they, reasonably, that's what they wanted to do. So I'll just make a decision for both, for everybody. Okay. I guess it's not, we're gonna butt heads. I'll just make a decision. Let me take a recess. I'll think about it. We'll come right back on. Okay. We just
Yes,
stay
sir.
there and be right back on. All right. All right, we can go back on record with Najee Abdul Hakim versus Vehicle City Harley Davidson. I've made a decision that no cause of action for plaintiff, but there's a further order that I'm going to put in there that plaintiff shall pick up the bike in its current condition. That means dismantled with all original pieces that were dropped off to the defendant by August 1st of this year. And defendant shall not do any further work on plaintiff's bike. There's been no counterclaim for labor that was incurred on the bike. But quite frankly, he should just pick up the bike as is with all the pieces and, in a box or secured for some reason. Okay. Can you guys do that, Harley Davidson? Can you do that?
Your Honor, yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. It's all laid out in perfect order right now. The bike is downstairs in storage right now. So all we'll have to do is box up what parts are taken off the motorcycle and it's ready to go.
Okay. And then if Mr. Hakeem, if for some reason you don't pick it up by that date, they may have a claim of their own for storage and that type of thing. I'm not taking any position on anything like that, but you got to understand, they just can't do work on a bike that's not safe like that. And if that's what you want, that's what you're gonna get. You can pick it up and with the pieces intact like it is. You have somebody else do the work that needs to be done to it. So I'm not ordering any money, but no cause of action. Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck to everybody. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have
All
a
right.
good day.
All right. You're welcome. All right. You too. Bye.
You will be moved to the main session now. You are now in the main session.
Hello?
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 Did the judge come?
Yes.
Okay,
Your Honor, he's muted.
There we go.
Oh, there he
Ms.
is.
Bruner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has there been any resolution on your matter?
There has not.
Okay, so I'll
we
ask
offered a
parties on
settlement.
Okay, well, it sounds like there's not been a resolution, so we're gonna hear yours second. I got one more ahead of you. And it's Mark St. John versus Steve Colonna. Mr. St. John,
Yep, I'm here.
why don't you, okay, Mr. St. John, why don't you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear from, oh, you're muted again. Are you- Just need to unmute there.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. St. John? There you go. Why don't you raise your right hand for me, Mr. Oh, did I lose you? There you are. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, you can put your hand down for me. This is your claim for, it says $4,043.92. It says the claim rose on December 2nd. What, did you hire Steve Colonna to do some work for you?
Yeah, about a year ago now, I had mold in a house and I was going to a hospital for it. Knew I had to have a house remediated, so I called Steve prior to, so we could start getting things together. As the remediation got done, we could put the carpet right back in. And all the old carpet was here. It's all area rugs. It's not wall to wall carpet. It's area rugs. That being said, I've got nice hardwood floors that border pretty much the whole house, and the area rugs take up a lot of the space. And so all the pieces were here as templates to actually take measurements off. And so he came over and we took measurements. We adjusted one room and we had to take measurements on another room that only had rugs in it one time. Oh, the rest of it was like remnant carpets, not remnants, but area rugs made of carpet. And I showed him and explained to him I wanted it, like it is. No real changes. It's a house I grew up in. My dad built it. It's been 62 years in the family. And I said that, I like it the way it is, but I got to get rid of this moldy carpet. We didn't know if the carpet was moldy or not. Remediation, they clean it all out. And then I have to buy all new to replace it. So I showed him the pad, and the pad, I told him, 1/4 inch. I don't want stuff sticking up on a 2-foot wide hallway and going in and out of my living room. I don't want to have a, carpet sticking up 1/2, 3/4 inch, be a toe stub. And I showed and explained, 1/4 inch pad. And he said, well, 3/8 is all he could probably get, but he wouldn't know. He would check. Okay, so we kind of let that go. And I helped him with all the measurements. And so he had the measurements. So I went to the hospital. I got out a few weeks later. And when I got out, the remediation was already, a week after I got out of the hospital, the remediation was already in process. And they came in and they cleaned and they actually took the carpet out. That's part of Steve's job anyway, taking carpet out, but that's besides the matter. I end up telling Steve then, let's get some carpet picked, and we had to have a binding put all the way around the edges. And knowing that we had already talked about the type of pad, we had already talked about these different things. The biggest thing now is picking out colors and type of carpet. I wanted a low napped carpet that would be a low maintenance carpet. And so he came over to where I was staying because I was out of my house at the time. I couldn't even go back in the house because of the remediation. He came over and we picked out some carpet, and he wrote up a contract, and nothing more was said about pad. And I was still at a pick in my arm taking antibiotics at the time at a home place I was staying. And he said throughout 2 or 3 weeks, whatever, he'd have it together. It was all kind of depending on the guy that do the binding. And I said, well, that's good. Let's have it ready. And when the house is clean, you can get right in there and just roll it right out. Really no stapling or nothing. I told him I didn't want staples. He wanted to put pad down. I said, there's never been staples in this floor. My mom and dad always used double-sided carpet tape on the runners and things. I showed it to him, and he ended up, okay, but they use staples. And I said, well, maybe a few in a couple spots, but I don't want staples ever all over the place. Well, Ends up when they finally got around here to do it 4 to 6 weeks later, because the guy doing the binding was a little behind on things, and he went out to Vegas gambling, I think is what it was. So ends up that they got here, and I still at this point wasn't living here. I was out of my house for 3 months while all this would happen. And it was first part of September, so Steve finally got here. And it wasn't his fault. It was that late, maybe a week or two. But the main thing is we had to have the house clean. I had to have it verified that I could move back in before I had to make sure the mold issue was out of the house before I could move back in. So I came in one day. I told them I was going to be able to do it. So I walked in, and here they stapled 3/8-inch pad all over my hardwood floors. And I kind of bit my tongue at that point, saying, well, I'll get it done. But they did. I told them it wasn't right. They tore it out. And I said to Steve, Steve, you can buy a 1/4-inch pad. I already been looking. There's a 1/4-inch pad out there. Maybe it's not his supplier, but there's a lot of ways to buy it. If it would have cost a little more, I would have paid the difference because I really wanted 1/4-inch pad. And what's he do? He went and got some of the real thin mesh stuff. It's like a 16-inch thick. You put it in the bottom of your drawers to keep your silverware from sliding. And I got one rug in my living room. It's a 10 by 21 rug. And he put a 6 by 9 piece of that material underneath it. So that's not, that jute backing will sand your hardwood floors down no matter what. And I mentioned that to him, and he just kind of him-hawed around about it. Ends up that they got it done. I gave him his deposit, gave him his money, all done, walked away. And then I got looking to find out they really didn't put pad underneath hardly anything. He had to fix one rug that he had measured wrong. He and I measured it right the first time. He came back because his measurement's wrong. He had to remeasure again. The runners he had to splice together. I'm moving my furniture around I ended up buying $600 worth of the right pad. I had to move all my furniture myself. I end up taking at that point and rolling up all the carpet that he had put down. I had got rid of the junk stuff that he put underneath it. I put the right pad down. I rolled it all back out. The last piece I did after I moved the furniture, here's a cut in the nap right through it. It's already framed. I haven't even run the vacuum on it yet because it's a low commercial grade carpet. And I tried to address this with him many, many, many times. His thing was he wanted to send one of his employees over to fix my brand new carpet. The only reason it's bad is because they cut it. And then he's like, well, the pad, I'm out $300 in pad. Well, yeah, but you put the right stuff down in the first place, we wouldn't have this problem, or at least communicate about it. Because I gave him a month to try to find the right pad. Ends up that, he kind of, again, him all around. I took 6 to 8 months trying to make this right with Steve. I've known Steve 45 years. He worked for my dad 45, 50 years ago. I've known him for a long time. And I hated the idea of having to do this, but his answer to the whole problem was, well, I'll have the guy come fix your carpet, and then I'll give you $100 and we'll put this to bed. And I'm thinking, wow, I got over $500 that. What's my time plus the hardwood floors, all these staples. I got a quote of $2,500 to fix and get rid of this refinish, not sand, just put a new finish on so we get rid of all these staple holes. I got lead lines where they drew lines on my hardwood floors, and they didn't even take the time to erase the lines. It's like, wow, So again, we had our little conversation there in the break room, and I told him, I said, I'm not looking to do all this, but your $100 is a little bit out of the question. That's why my $200, whatever, maybe is a lot of question. We need to find a happy medium here somewhere. So he's like, he'd give me $500. I said, that's not even going to cover my pad. So here we are talking to you now.
Okay. So what, I guess for this whole project, just how much did you pay Mr. Colonna up for any of the work he did?
$39.77. $39.77.
Okay, so you paid $39.77.
Yep.
Did any, and the new carpet, I guess, that was in place, you're claiming Mr. Colonna's, either him or employees cut the new carpet, correct?
When they cut it into the sizes that need to be for the rooms, they cut through and cut into the nap underneath of the carpet that was laying underneath it. Like they could have done it on somebody's lawn, or they could have done it somewhere, but they did it on top of the other carpet and they cut right through the nap. So I'm buying damaged carpet, I guess,
Okay, so you've got, I guess, at this point, you've got out of this whole project, you've paid him $3,977. Is that what you said?
Yep, exactly.
Was any of the carpet used that he supplied?
As in not used, it was all new, but it was in some areas damaged. The replacement to damage, the cost to replace the one damaged piece is about $400 roughly, just to replace the one damaged piece. Not even talking the
I'm sorry.
tabs or my labor or the hardwood floor repair.
I'm sorry, how much do you have it, I guess, repaired, or what was it?
Well, the carpet itself, because it's cut. And again, I asked his employee, can you repair it? And he said, well, I can't guarantee it won't fray. So, because I'm not buying fray. That's $420 for the carpet to have new binding put around is $420.
Okay. So how did you come up with, for my sake then, how did you come up with the $4,043.92? If you paid him
That's the $420. The pad that was supposed to be put in, the right stuff, is another $563.92. You know, he charges what I did. I had to take and move all my furniture. I had to roll it all up. I had to put all the pad down myself. And he offered to have a guy come do it. It was too late. I already done it. I already been waiting for him for months to get stuff done. So I figured my time's worth something. I own a business too, you know. I know what my time's worth.
Okay, so I can't.
I know what he.
Okay, so I can't.
Charges.
Hold on, Miss Singh. Sure. I can't give you time at all. Yep. So tell me, you paid him. So you've got, let's see, $420 plus the $563.92, correct?
Yep. And then $2,500 a day. My hardwood floors were beautiful hardwood floors. The staple holes that he put in them and all the lead on them. As far as to just come in here, not sand them, but I got 900 and some square foot of hardwood floors. And, you know, again, this is all just in where the area rugs were. And actually put a finish back on those, so those holes are not present anymore. Without sanding, it was $2,500. You've got the receipt there from Rick Huber, the quote from Rick Huber, Huber's hardwood floors.
Okay, so but you were, I don't mean this, but you were going to you were putting carpet over it anyways at this point, weren't you?
But not wall to wall. And we've never had staples in these floors before. And I asked him specifically not to put any staples in my floor. And I walked in and here's all stapled down. Then as I went through and actually had to change the pad out, I'm getting staples in my feet and my knees and everything else. I'm walking around trying to do all the work myself that I thought I paid him to do, you know.
Okay, I got you. I see what's happening. Okay.
There's actually metal transition pieces that go from like the kitchen that is wall to wall into my hardwood floors. And we had metal transition pieces on all that too. I asked if I wanted it the same it was. They didn't do that. I went 2 times to Menards and bought the transition pieces because he said they would, but his guy wouldn't do it. Then they would. And he said he'd have them do it. And his guy said, "Oh, I won't do it. I'm not going to do it." And that was just a big headache. Again, I give him 6 to 8 months to actually try to make this right. You know, just try to make it right. And again, I've known Steve a long time. I really have, and I've never had any problems with him. I understand a lot of other people have problems with him, but I've never have. I figured I'd give him a chance to do me good. And he kept saying, "Okay, brother, I'll take care of you, brother. All right, brother." And this is what I'm getting.
Okay, so we got 5, 6, 3. Okay, if I add up your figures, you got 34. The 420 plus the 563.92 plus the damage to the floor to get it repaired is 2,500. That comes out to 3,000. That comes out to $3,483.92. It still doesn't come close to your 4,000. How do you come up with that 4,043?
I had $560 figured for my time rolling up carpet, putting the pad down.
And then
you said I can't get that, so that's $560 right there.
Gotcha. Okay, so that makes sense.
He charged me at my last house before I sold my last house, moved here into my parents' house. He sent one of his guys over there and this guy charged me $70 an hour to re-stretch some space that needs to be stretched before I put it on the real estate, put it on the market. And they charge $70 an hour. So I figured my times, I charge 70. I own a landscape business, 62-year-old landscape business. And I feel it's only fair, I should get my time for what he was supposed to do anyway. But if not,
Okay.
I'm still trying to be fair.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I appreciate that. Adds up to the figures you got. Then if I were to include the time that, yeah, okay. All right. So let me hear from Mr. Colonna here. Mr. Colonna, I had you muted because I couldn't hear what was going on in the background there. Go ahead and unmute for me. There you go.
All right. Sorry about the background
All right.
noise.
That's okay. So you go ahead and tell me why I shouldn't give him what he's asking for.
Well, Your Honor, we made a deal for $39.77. And on the receipt here, it says 3/8 pad, install, custom binding, which I delivered all of that. The first day, after I put the padding only in the living room area, he said he didn't like it. So I tore it up and I said, I'll take it up and I'll get you some of these non-stick pads that are made for carpet runners, which I bought out of my pocket for $226. And then the padding that I had to take up that was ruined was $204 out of my pocket, which I didn't charge him for. I wanted to make him happy. I've come back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times to try to make him happy, even loaned him my staple gun so he could do his edges. And as far as the wood floor damage, sir, I never put any staples outside of where the runners are. It was only in the living room area. And there was some corner ones where he said, put a corner staple so the runners wouldn't move. And as far as the slice, yes, I told him I'd take care of it. I would, but he wants, it can be repaired. You don't have to have a new piece, but if he wants a new piece, I'll give it to him. I just want to make this right. Like I said, we've been friends forever. I offered him $500 in the back room. He said, no, I've got 500 something of my own money that was above and beyond the original quote. And I did deliver the job. And he paid me in full. He was happy.
When did he pay in full? When was that done?
9/26.
Was that after the work was done?
Absolutely. And anytime there was a little issue, I guess one of my guys forgot to cut a piece in the bathroom. We went back and took care of it. I have not been trying to make it right. And like I said, we've been friends forever. It's too bad it's got to be like this. So I offered him in the back room. He wanted 1,000. I said 500. He said 600. I'd be willing to give him 500 and put this to bed.
Okay, Mr. St. John, help me out a little bit. Why did you pay? He says you paid him after the work was done. You paid him the full amount. I
wasn't even living in the house yet. I still wasn't living in the house. And I knew he had expenses involved. And so I'm going to give him his money. I mean, I didn't even have a chance to look at it. Again, it took me about a month to notice the cut in the other room because as we were cleaning furniture, the remediation company doesn't clean furniture. Or I got a bunch of antique hardwood furniture. We have to clean it outside and bring it in. And we'd bring it in and stack it in rooms, knowing that we had to squeeze it in there and then put it in places later. We had to get out of the weather. So we covered the one that's damaged rug, that was covered. So I didn't even see that. I had neighbors helping. I had brothers and sisters helping. We were trying to get stuff in the house. And he said that he only stapled in the living room. No, he stapled all the bedrooms. There was pad and staples in every room, but the hallway. Because when I got this done, there was no pad even in the hallway yet. He didn't even put the non-slip stuff in the hallway. And that non-slip, I never agreed to 1/16 of an inch stuff. Stuff. I've talked to Scaff Carpet, like they say, even the big rug, the 10 by 21 rug. Once you roll that out, it's not going to move when you put furniture on it. So there's no sense of putting a 9 by 6 piece even underneath it. you know, and he didn't do anything in the living rooms. The ones in the smaller bedrooms or other bedrooms, they're like 4x6 pieces. And these rooms are, 10 by 10, 10 by 12 rooms. So what he put down
Okay.
wasn't doing anything. Not a thing.
Mr. Colonna, the estimate that the proposal you gave him, I don't see that he accepted that proposal. I don't see any signature.
That's
I got your respectfully
right.
submitted. I see your signature there, but I don't see his signature anywhere.
Yes, I've known him forever, and that's what
Okay.
I gave him a copy. I thought we were all good. And as far as the
Okay.
non-slip, sir, he texted me, he said, let's go with the non-slip. He said, I just don't want it to be a problem. I said, that's fine. So I went and bought the stuff. I mean,
All right.
and I didn't charge him extra for it. I want him to be happy.
Okay. All right, let me
So
take a
the-
brief recess. I'll look at
Hey,
my
Your
notes and
Honor?
I'll make a
Your
decision.
Honor?
Yes.
I've given you samples of the pad, if you have them there with you. The thin stuff was the non-slip that he put in. Actually, that was something thicker than he put in. And then the felt padding is a non-slip. Because I told him you can buy the right 1/4 inch stuff that's non-slip for area rugs through Amazon. And you've got the copies to my credit card, and I've got written on there where I bought pad through Amazon, and that is the gray felted 1/4 inch pad.
Okay. All right, guys, let me take a quick recess here and I'll come back and tell you my decision, okay? Stay right there for me.
All right.
All right. All right, let's go back on the record with Mark St. John versus Steve Colonna.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there, got both of you there?
Yes, sir.
Do find that plaintiff had contracted with defendant Steve Colonna to do work, that being installing, I'm gonna call it installing carpet. Do you find that there was no agreement as far as what the proposal was, that their work would include a 1/4-inch pad? Do you find that plaintiff was quite clear with not wanting the carpet stapled to the floor? Do you find that the defendant stapled the carpet to the floor, which was not wanted, causing damage to the wooden floor, as well as not using the 1/4-inch pad that was requested? Therefore, I find that the amount paid, $3,977, should be returned to plaintiff in this matter. That would cover the repair to the flooring that was done as well. Therefore, judgment to plaintiff in the amount of $3,977 plus court costs $102 for a total of $4,000. And Mr. Colonna, yours is still going off there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You guys got background.
Yeah, I've got a special needs son. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right. That's all right. So that
But
amount.
can I?
No,
can I
we're,
just-
I've
okay,
already
we're done.
made my decision.
All right.
Yeah, for both your sakes. Hopefully, two of you can kind of be friends. I hope maybe work something else outside. But there's no contract between the parties based on everything I've heard. No meeting the miser for that money should be returned. $3,977 plus the cost, $102 for that amount, $4,079. Okay. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you,
Okay?
Your Honor.
All right. Bye now.
Yep.
And that gets us down to Diane Bruner versus Kyle Galpin and I'm sorry, Kyle Galpin. I gotta head back in. Ms. Bruner, I'm sorry. Let me unmute everybody here. I'll get you unmuted. Can you unmute there for me?
I'm done.
There we go. How about and Mr. Galpin? Looks like you're gonna connect again. And Miss BB, are you there? Miss BB, you gotta unmute for me too.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, I got you, Miss BB, and I got Mr. Galpin that's trying to. He's got two devices going here. Mr. Galpin, are you there?
Yeah, he's at work. He's having a hard time staying connected.
Oh, shoot. Okay. See if we can get him on. He's all the way
He
off.
said he can hear. He just can't see anything.
Oh, that's not gonna help us a whole lot. Let's see.
What are you?
Bruner, we'll give him a chance to connect there. It's been a long day there.
Yeah.
There he goes. I think he just connected.
Oh,
Mr. Galpin,
good.
you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't I get all three of you to raise your right hands for me? With this, Ms. Beebe, you're not on video, but can you raise your right hand for me?
Yep.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Each of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Galpin, is that you too? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Ms. Brewer, this is your claim for.
I'm sorry, it was cut out.
Edie, I'm gonna mute you for a second. You got a lot of background noise now too.
Yeah, sorry, children.
Okay. I'll mute you for a second. You're gonna be, you gotta listen carefully though, okay? Oh, maybe you are there now. Okay, Ms. Bruner, this is your claim for, it says $4,700 for non-payment of rent, damages, clean out, court costs. Let's just start first with, were you renting the property to Kyle and, I'm sorry, was it Carrie? Carrie Galpin?
Kara Beebe leased the property from me.
Okay.
We met on May 16th, 2020.
Okay.
And signed the lease, and she was given a copy of the lease. I have the original, and both of you do have copies.
I'm sorry, who signed the lease? Both parties?
No, just Kara.
Okay, just Kara. Okay.
Yes, she and Kyle married 2 years later.
Okay.
As you'll see of the lease in front of you, it was signed, initialed on every page. Page 2 has two very important statements. The landlord must be notified within 4 days of moving, or the deposit checklist is not applicable. But most importantly, more important than the actual lease, is paragraph J. Kara was given 2 copies of the inventory checklist, one for her to fill out and to send me a copy, or do 2 copies of that inventory checklist.
Okay.
I did not get any of that back. I should have received that on or about June 8th of 2020. On page 3, yes, the smoke detectors were there. That is initials. Renter's insurance, I don't know if she ever complied to that, but she initialed that. On also page 4, paragraph T, she was allowed pets. It is circled dogs. She had 2 little ankle biter dogs.
Okay.
This is where the situation went from good to really bad upon leaving. She notified me on April 3rd she would be moving in May. Great, no problem. I responded there that she still had to pay April's rent, and then I would be sending her a deposit back once the house was clean and tidy and the water bill was paid. I received a call on April 29th. The neighbors had called that the windows were open and the storm was looming. It had gotten to Lansing. I met my son down there, and we got a woof of why the windows were open. It was cat, dog, whatever. I did not go back to the property until May 1st at the end of our lease, because I had no acknowledgement she had moved. On the 29th of April, I came to my office on a Sunday morning and there were keys in my box. I did text her and I said, "Are these the keys?" No response. No response from the windows open. I took back occupancy on May 1st, and whoa, top to bottom. I had it leased to Sierra Doyle, who could not lease it. The smell was so bad. I had called then, Chris, the carpet cleaner, organic, whatever. He had cleaned it prior to Kara's moving in. And then I had also spoke with 1-800-WATER Systems. They are a mold remediation company, hoping that they could offer me some assistance. They could not offer me anything more than Chris. And that week I worked feverishly picking up the yard from the garbage that was there to go out on that Tuesday, May 2nd. Matter of fact, I went and got the garbage and recycle bin from 400 Mill Street and filled that up, thinking I could take care of this trash. It was obvious to me I could not. I've got 39 hours into cleaning that at $25 an hour. The company I called on May 3rd quoted me a minimum of $1,500, and they would not guarantee the smell was gone. The smell reached the main floor was just horrible, and the basement was equally bad. The basement had a 4x4 section of just boxes and basic trash, if you would. And the attic was full of stuff, furniture, toys, Christmas. I had a 4-hour time cleaning that out. The basement, the overall house, I went and bought N95 masks and gloves. Chris came on the 5th or 6th of May and ended up coming back trying to get the smell. He determined, and you should have copies of that, that it had permeated the floor under the carpet. My quote on that was $12,000 to $15,000 to tear the actual wood of the original house out. You'll see pictures of a corner of the bedroom and the closet and in front of the front door. Those were the main. You'll also have a picture there of a dog lock where the animals were put in the front bedroom, which is the bedroom in question, of the flooring. I don't know what else to say. I waited that following week. Well, I go back to Sunday, May 7th. I pulled up probably 7:38 in the morning. The front yard was covered in trash. Come to find out, it was not trash. It was their mail. I threw it on the porch to dry out and proceeded to clean the attic out that day. I snapped a couple pictures because I took those pictures to the postmaster in Flushing and it asked if I could forward this mail. He said, no, I couldn't, but to put it back in the mailbox. Wednesday, the mailman took it. I was there picking up the garbage cans. And he informed me that yes, a little girl, Kyle, and Kara had been living there since early last summer. And that just reinforced Kyle was an occupant of the house. At that point, I had gotten most of the garbage to the carport area. I did have to hire Braden McIntosh to do the first clean of the yard. There were 2 pools. Once the pool was taken out, there was a big crevice left in there, and he cleaned out around the barn so he could maintain the yard.
Hey, I'm sorry, Ms. Burley, right there, were the pools there when they rented it originally?
No, it was not.
Oh, I see.
There was 2 different pools in the yard. One was a broken down, which Braden, I hired him to take it out. He had to also disassemble the fence. That first round of clean out was $200, which you'll see there's a receipt there. And after the trash, I finally hired the trash out people, which was $300. That did not include the chair. It wouldn't fit in his trailer. That was another $50. I desperately tried to get rid of the stuff put on Flushing freebies. Nobody would accept it because of the smell. Again, we're going back to the cat smell. The miscellaneous, there were 6 window screens damaged beyond repair, small size, 2 big ones from the cats. And the window to the south at the bottom of the stairway, which the windows were replaced in 2012, tempered glass. When I went to clean it, I unlocked it and everything fell out. The tempered glass did not break, but the frame had been somehow put back together. I ended up calling, because at this point I had decided to sell. I could not deal with this at my age, continually doing stuff like this. So the new buyer, Doug Tidwell, came and put it back. And you will see a picture of that window with what I had custom made when the windows went in, a very thick lattice that would have absorbed anything. Cookingham Builders, Gary and Mike Cookingham came and measured the window with labor that is $800 because they were all custom made, a dozen years prior. And it goes on. I just don't know how to explain, and there was no way to capture the smell. You will see pictures of the dumpster, the court costs from Shield investigation, but most importantly, the lease was broke. She was allowed dogs. I can handle dogs. And then locking the pets in that front bedroom, which the wood has been torn out and replaced with new subfloor, and it's those put together things. Tidwell's accepted the house as is, and I sold it.
Okay, so let me, before we get that then, so we got, your claim is, what, the total of those damages that you just told me about, what's the total for the damages to the property that you're asking for?
With the window, $4,700 in expenses.
Okay, and that's what you actually paid out of pocket to have?
Oh, yes, and it's not even the times running to get the N95 masks, the cleaning supplies. The kitchen floor was ripped beyond repair where the dryer was.
Okay, so that's how I got that. So actually you don't have, you said non-payment of rent as well.
Yes, the last month of rent was not paid.
Okay,
even though
I'm sorry, did that come out of
that in the text? I said, your deposit cannot be used for the last month's rent. Pay your last month's rent, and I will reimburse you after the home is cleaned and the water bill is paid. The water bill, I had to pay $310, which you have a receipt for.
Okay.
Consumers was in itself a nightmare because even though I verified on May 1st, my name was there to put back into my name as the landlord owner of the property. There was some situation where there was a past due bill and it was scheduled for shut off, and they would not shut it off until they heard from Kara. And that went on for weeks because they did shut it off, and I was working in the basement trying to again clean out that smell. So I was working in the dark, and other than the back door, there was no air because there was no
I don't mean to cut you off, but so let's give it to, and then
you want me to itemize it?
Nope. I've got it pretty much. I was writing notes while you were speaking. So the only thing I've got that's hanging out there for me, how do you feel that Kyle Galpin is responsible? It looks like the lease agreement is only signed by Kara.
It most certainly is, but I talked to Eastern Michigan Legal Services and the legal hotline for the state of Michigan and my attorney, Julie Williamson.
So go ahead and tell me how do we get him?
How it came to be is when he moved in, he was responsible for paying some of the household bills. Kara had told me she got married and was no longer working.
Okay, I guess just to cut it short then, was Mr. Galpin, was he living on the property?
Correct.
Okay, how long was he living on the property as well then?
Per what the mailman told me, June 1st of 22. Until such time they left.
Okay.
So that would have been sometime the last few days of April.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna cut you off. So let me just kind of stop there. Hear from Miss Beebe first. Miss Beebe, you need to unmute for me there. I muted you only because you had a bunch of background stuff going on. You there? Whoop.
Hello.
Hi. There you go.
Hi.
So for your end now, was Mr. Galpin living with you at some time at this property?
He moved in after we got married, but he stayed pretty regularly prior to our marriage.
Okay, so the two of you were living together at this residence, is that right?
Yeah. June 1st was about the time that he probably started staying regularly. He started using my house for a mailing address.
But he was actually physically living there for periods of time, is that right?
Yeah, we were together.
Okay, all right. So on your end now, did you, I guess the first thing is, did you send in the check-in sheet that you did? Miss Bruner's.
I absolutely did. I dropped it off at her work office where I dropped off all of the rent checks in the golden slot. If she did not receive that, that is past my responsibility.
Okay. Did you have a dog living on the property at the time?
I had 2 dogs. Yes, sir. And they were absolutely never locked in that front room. That lock on the front door, it was for the dog, to prevent the dogs from going in there. That's where I had the cat boxes. So the dogs wouldn't eat the cat stool.
So you had
they were never locked in there.
Okay, so you had cats there
too. A door to keep it. That lock is to keep it open.
All right. Did you have cats living on the property as well?
I did end up with 2 cats about a year ago. I had a friend asked for me to temporarily take in these abandoned kittens, and then she kind of never came back for them. Yes. And when I moved in, she said she did not care about pets as long as I took care of them. She did not say that I was on, because I asked, because I was interested in getting another dog, because both of my dogs were elderly and needed to be put down in the next couple of years. And she said, that's fine. She never once told me that I could not add pets. When we signed this lease, it was very, I have this lease, but she would be like, oh, yeah, well, if you do this, like she even said, well, if you make repairs to the house or like upgrades, you can take it off your rent. It was a very nonchalant, here's your lease. And she went through over everything and was like, oh yeah, I have this in here, but you can do this and all of that. So there was never an understanding that I couldn't have another animal, or I would have never took the cats in. I'm not that kind of person. And I do understand that there was a smell. I did the best that I could during move out. Both of our cars broke down at the end of March. We got them going at the beginning of April. To them both break down. My husband stabbed himself in the hand with a screwdriver. Mind you, our new house is an hour from the old house. We finally get the cars up and running. We're over there working. My husband is here at the house, and he gets bit by a dog, the neighborhood dog. So it was never our intention to leave trash, and the way that she's describing it is way worse. That's why the trash is only pictured inside the dumpster because half the trash in the dumpster is not mine. And she'll admit that it came from the half of it from the carport that was not my belongings. The shed, yes, those are mine, but half that stuff also wasn't mine. For example, the hose, the flower pot, that white bucket that's in there that you see with the fishing pole was there when I moved in. That tarp is not mine. I had a grill, those 2 mattresses, that lawnmower was there when I moved in. That was 2 beds, that grill, and that lawnmower. I never knew the pool would be a problem. It was a small, Tessalin, go please, now, I am on the phone. This is what happens when I have to sit on the phone for 5 hours. We put out the trash as we could put out the trash, but they have rules against it. You can only put out so much trash per week, so we did what we could with the trash. In the attic was not a ton of stuff. There was approximately 3 boxes, including a Christmas tree and a coffee table. The basement is correct. As you noticed, she actually took a picture of the trash in the basement because that's the only one that actually shows you that it was actually got left. And it was under my understanding from my husband that he took care of that. So I'll take responsibility for that. The last month's rent, she never informed me that I couldn't use my deposit. I planned on using my deposit due to the cars breaking down to pay the last month's rent, and she never gave me a chance to pay the water bill because I got served with these papers before the water bill came into my name. And yes, the consumers is on a shut off because I'm poor, I am sick, and I'm just struggling trying to make it through the freaking day. I'm sorry. I got a little emotional.
Right.
I just don't take kindly to someone accusing me of abusing my animals because I would never do that. And I understand that I did Diane a little dirty, but I did the best that I could, and my phone broke. I had no way to get a hold of her. I'm tired and I'm stressed out.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not asking for sympathy. Do you have any questions?
Well, the last month's rent, then she's asking for
Yes,
you're paying $850.
I am responsible for the last month's rent. I am also responsible for the water bill.
Okay.
I do not agree about the floor, the beneath the floor. Here, I only have a quote for the carpet cleaning, and it says possible subfloor. There's no proof that the floor needed to be fixed.
Okay. Ms. Bruder, the subflooring, was the subflooring repaired, or what happened to the
It was
subflooring?
taken out.
Taken
The
out?
original hardwood from 1906 or 10 when the house was built.
Oh, I see. The subfloor was actual hardwood floor. Is that what it was?
Yes,
Oh, I got you.
the Bedell, the Tidwells that bought it started by
The
trying
people
to
who
get
purchased,
Yeah.
the bought.
she's not
purchased.
responsible for it.
Yeah, I understand, ma'am. Let me ask questions. So
I couldn't rent it again, so I made the heartbreaking decision to sell it because I was not putting 12 to 15,000 into new flooring
yeah,
to do it all over again.
but your damages that you're adding up.
I didn't put, no, the flooring is not part of it.
No,
at
I understand.
all.
No, ma'am, I understand. The damages you're asking for, the total, looks like everything totals up to $4,700. Is that right?
Yes, in the actual damages that I filled out with the process server, the furnace, the cat deposit or the deposit, materials and labor I had to pay,
Yeah,
water bill.
All that
the
was
rent.
paid out of pocket. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, I paid out of pocket $7,953.
Okay.
To keep in mind, part of the agreement on the sale was $800 for the windows to be replaced. It's a disabled couple.
Oh.
I still have to pay that. It's going in this Thursday.
Oh, I see.
It had to be special ordered, and the company that originally put the windows retired.
Yeah.
But every time I was made aware of a problem, we were there. I mean, somebody was there, whether it be Staley's, myself, my boyfriend.
Nobody's
had a-
disputing that.
Well, I was Johnny on the spot, and yes, when I told you and you have.
You never told me that the deposit couldn't be used as
Yes.
last month's rent.
Well,
I have
you're
the text
going to
messages
look-
in front of me.
Look at the series of events on the texting. Way back. And it
It says
clearly,
rent will be due this month. I will send deposit to you once water bill is paid and home is clean. Thumbs up. And at that time, that was still the plan.
Yes.
Everything went awry. I am responsible for last month's rent and the water bill. I feel that the way that I left the home, which was clean, there was stuff left behind, and the carpet did need to be cleaned from cats, that the $800 deposit is sufficient. She is exaggerating the entire situation because the pictures only show you, like in the picture, you can see the furnace filter. I've changed, the dirty furnace filter is right there. That's proof that I've at least changed it one time. I had fresh batteries put into the smoke detector. All of this other stuff, like the fence, that fence had been broken. The window was, remember we had the conversation that I couldn't get my bed upstairs because the window was broken and I didn't want to open it because if we opened it, it would have fell down. So when you opened it, it fell down and it broke.
that. And you
Well,
put
that is
the
a you
fence
problem
up.
because you can talk to Crystal. Crystal will tell you that window was broken when she moved out.
Well, when she walked through it, anyway, that Crystal is
Fine.
hearsay.
Allow me to start taking control.
All
Okay,
of this is
please.
hearsay because you don't have proof of half of the things that you're complaining about.
Miss
I
Phoebe,
do.
Hold on. Guys, I gotta start muting everybody. When I'm talking, you guys gotta just be quiet, okay? Mr. Galpin, anything you want to tell me?
He's not involved in this.
Well, he was living here, is the thing. He's got a right to tell me what he wants to. Mr. Galpin, anything you want to tell me?
The animals were never locked in the front room. There was a smell. We did clean the carpets ourselves numerous times.
Okay.
The front half of the house began sinking because of a drain that was put into the front yard. That was never pictured. We turned in the sheets, doing the inventory at the end. As far as the basement, I cleaned up the best that I could of the cats and the animals. The boxes, I'm a human. I forgot about them. I didn't want to get them out. I didn't get them out. And then thinking about it, leaving them out by the street to fly around the city would have more than likely caused more problems in the long run. There were things that were forgotten that were not meant to stay, and that is entirely our accident. There were a lot of things that so many things came up, life happened, and we couldn't do anything, and we didn't want to leave it like this. This is not the people that we are.
Why didn't you, I guess for both of you, why didn't you discuss having a pool in the back yard with Miss Bruner?
The pool was up before I moved in.
Oh, okay. Miss Beebe, what about the pool in the back? If I got you muted, you're gonna have to unmute again. There you go. Miss Beebe? Are you there?
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
sorry. It kept
about
saying
the-
you had me blocked.
Yeah.
The
what
pool
about
wasn't an issue. The pool, because I had spoke to her when I moved in, I said, I'm so excited to finally have a yard. I'm going to get a little pool and my dogs have somewhere to play. She never once told me that I couldn't have a pool. There was never a conversation that when I brought it up that wouldn't be allowed. I'm a very honest and upfront person, and that was one of the things I was most excited about by having a yard. The pool had been up 2 years. She never came and did her yearly inspections, or she would have known that the pool was there, and I would have happily took it down, happily. I didn't know that a less than 2-foot pool was going to be an issue. No, sir. People put up blow-up pools in their yard all the time. This one just had a structure. It was just a little bit bigger, like solidly made than a blow-up pool. It didn't have a pump. It wasn't big enough for a pump or anything like that. It wasn't like a family pool. It probably got used a total of 8 times, actually.
Ms. Bruner, I understand. Well, I was just gonna ask you, how did you fix that hole it left?
Yes, but there were 2 pools left on the property. The original pool
Oh, the
was
other one was
behind
a
the fence.
plastic pool, toddler pool.
Exactly,
That was
for
for
your
the
dogs.
dogs. Yes.
This was dug in all
No, it was
of-
not dug. No, it
Well,
was not.
there's a picture of the sod that was dug out of this.
No, no, ma'am. That whole backyard is so uneven. It's like hiking the Mount Everest. There was never any sod removed. Why would I remove sod for a 2-foot pool? That doesn't make any sense.
Where did the hole come from?
The hole is from it sitting there for 2 years and the runoff to the water to the river. Isn't that why you put the drains in? Because the water runs off and toward the river in the backyard, so the water would pool by the pool. That's how the hole got there. The hole is not that big. The hole is from water sitting in the dirt for 2 years when it gets wet. That yard is constantly wet.
The drains were put in, Your Honor, with the city recommendations. The manager, Brad Barrett, gave us permission to work during
But
COVID.
why were they put in, Diane?
Why were they put in? To get the runoff from the house away.
So my point, she just proved my point, Your Honor. The water ran off and pooled by the pool, which caused the divot, and the weight from the water in the pool, which is what caused that divot for the pool.
No, it did
You're not going to tell me what I did. I didn't dig a hole to put in a 2-foot pool. You're crazy.
Well, somebody did. Now back to the back
your
drainage.
imagination did. Your Honor, can we move on, please?
No, the
I'm
back
ready.
drain
Yeah,
is
you know,
intact.
For everybody's sake, I'm gonna put everybody out of their misery. The back and forth starting to be too much. I'm gonna take just a brief recess, give you my decision, and we'll come back on it. Okay? Stay right on there for just a minute.
Stop. That's it. Please. Hold on. Let me mute this because
Okay, let's go back on the record with Diane Bruner versus Kyle Galpin and
Yeah.
yeah, I keep wanting to say Carrie.
I know.
Sorry, Carrie.
I'll answer to whatever.
Yeah, me too. I usually do too. Did get a chance to review my notes regarding testimony in its totality from everybody, as well as the documentation that's been supplied for the pleadings itself. Do find that there was damage to the property, significantly more than what was requested in the complaint. Taken in consideration for everybody, I did give some give and takes from both sides, but it still comes up beyond the $4,700 being requested. Grant judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $4,700, cost of $195, for a total of $4,895, and that is against both defendants, Kyle and Kara.
Okay, how would you like that paid?
Ma'am, that's gonna be my judgment's gonna say it has to be paid within 30 days. If you guys reach some other agreement outside of here, I'm not gonna argue one way or the other, but for my sake, if somebody comes back and it's not paid within that 30-day period, I'll let Ms. Bruner decide what she wants to do at that point.
Okay, well, I'll tell you now, it won't be paid in 30 days.
Okay, well, let's just leave it alone for me right now. We'll just have the judgment. I'll send all the parties a copy of that judgment. So it goes from both.
Can I go to jail to pay it off?
No, I'm not gonna put anybody in jail. It's a civil case. So, but it is against both.
That's the only way she's getting any money.
Kyle and Kara. Against both of you equally and jointly and severally, okay? Good luck to everybody. Bye. Gotta get out of here. Hold on just a second. Make sure I got everybody out of here. I don't have any sitting in. You get surprised here, am I? I don't think so. Nope.